Chapter 112. In that case, I'll take my leave now. By the way, if you're bored here, you can go out for a walk and see how the human tribe is doing now. With that, Swearin smiled apologetically, got up, and left the hall. Second brother, go get some red jujubes, the best of the best. Sister, this is the innate enlightenment tea that Zichin gave me. Go and make a pot of it. When I get the red dates, send them in together. As soon as he left the hall, Swearin hurriedly ordered the Cho clan and the Z clan behind him. Brother, this is... The members of the Z clan frowned and asked in confusion. It's the first time that Her Majesty sent someone to the human tribe. We can't be impolite. If we neglect her, Her Majesty will be displeased. Besides, since she was sent here by Her Majesty, she must be someone close to Her Majesty. Now that we've established a good relationship with her, we'll have a way to ask Her Majesty's palace for help in the future. After sealing the surrounding void, Swearin explained to the two of them. Brother, after you get the red dates, give them to sister and ask her to send them in. Then, I'll have to trouble you to summon the leaders of all clans and the elders to the conference hall for a discussion. Sister, please take care of this fairy. Don't let the clansmen offend her. Speaking of this, Swearin looked displeased. After all, this fairy is so beautiful. Some of the clansmen are really bad and hard to get rid of. It's inevitable that they'll act rudely. The human tribe had a large population, and Swearin couldn't take care of all of them. It was inevitable that some of them would be born with bad habits. If they accidentally offended the Golden Phoenix, it would be a small matter. However, if Nuwa heard about it, she would be displeased with the human tribe. Then, they would be in big trouble. I understand. As the leader of the Z clan, who was responsible for educating the clansmen, he naturally knew the character of his clansmen. After serving the immortal tea and spirit fruits, the representative of the Z clan said to the Golden Phoenix with a smile, the human race has just been born, and its foundation is shallow. We are unable to bring out anything good to entertain you, fellow Taoist. Please forgive us. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. From afar, Golden Phoenix could sense the primordial spiritium emanating from the Taoist tea and red date. He thought that it was just the Z clan's humble words and didn't take it seriously. Receiving the jade cup, the Golden Phoenix took a sip. He felt a cool and refreshing air flow through his body, cleansing his mind and body, and allowing him to comprehend the Tao. This is... Looking at the Taoist tea in her hand, Jin Huang's expression changed for the first time. She was shocked. Within the jade cup, a green tea leaf floated on the surface of the water. Its markings seemed to be interwoven from the Tao, and its entire body was covered in natural talisman markings and emanated the aura of the Grand Tao, causing it to be extremely profound. I didn't expect the human race to have such a treasure. I forgot myself. Putting down the jade cup, the Golden Phoenix said to the Z clan, such a treasure is rare even in the palace of Empress Enviwa. The human race has a good opportunity. Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. Although this tea is good, it doesn't belong to the human race, the representative of the Z clan explained with a smile. This tea is called the Primordial Enlightenment Tea. It is a top-grade primordial spiritual root. It is the treasure of Taoist Xianqing, the leader of Mount Sanxian of the East Sea. Zichin is a good friend of his. He specially asked for some tea leaves from him and gave them to my elder brother. Usually, my big brother treasures these tea leaves. Even if it's my second brother and I, it's extremely difficult to get some enlightenment tea leaves from him. If it weren't for the hospitality, I'm afraid he wouldn't have taken them out so easily. Today, I've benefited from you. Saying this, the Z clan laughed. Taoist priests, you're too polite. The Golden Phoenix also smiled and asked doubtfully, what's the background of Taoist Xianqing? His name seems to be related to the Taoist priests of the Three Pure Ones, but why haven't I heard of him? It's normal that you haven't heard of him. He's a primordial fiend god nurtured by the Nine Heavens' clear chi. It's only been tens of thousands of years since he was born. Therefore, his name isn't prominent in the untainted land. Speaking of his relationship with the Taoist priests of the Three Pure Ones, I've heard Zichen mention it before. I vaguely remember that before the chaos of the ferocious beasts, he was taken in as a disciple by the Taoist priests of the Enchanting clan who traveled the East Sea and was taken to Mount Kunlun. Because of this, Zichen couldn't get any more primordial enlightenment tea from him. That's why my elder brother became more and more anxious about the tea leaves in his hands. Taken in as a disciple by the Taoist priests of the Enchanting clan? After a moment of silence, the Golden Phoenix said with some envy, "The Taoist priests of the Enchanting clan are the future saints. It's really a great opportunity for the Taoist priests of the Xianqing clan to be his disciple." She knew her own family well. Although she could often receive guidance from Nuwa, she didn't have an official status after all. Therefore, she couldn't be considered as a disciple of the Nuwa. Therefore, she was quite envious of the real disciples of the saints. Fellow Taoist, how many members of the Zichen clan are there in the human race? I wonder if the Zichen clan you're talking about is the same as the Zichen clan I know? The Golden Phoenix seemed to have thought of something and asked the Zi clan. Zichen? Fellow Taoist, are you talking about Zichen? The Zi clan was a bit confused. Why did he mention Feng Zichen out of the blue? Could it be that they knew each other? However, they didn't hear Zichen mention that he knew someone from the palace of Empress Hua. That's right. If there isn't a second Zichen in the human race, then the person you're talking about should be the same person as me, the Golden Phoenix said with certainty. The Zichen clan is our chosen successor. After we abdicate, he will be the leader of the human race. Naturally, there can only be one. Why? Do you know him? Why don't I call him over? Seeing that the Golden Phoenix seemed to really know Feng Zichen, the Zi clan suggested. I don't know him, but the Empress often mentions this name. Therefore, I'm a bit curious. I want to know who he is and why the Empress pays so much attention to him, the Golden Phoenix said with some confusion while shaking his head. Not only did the Nuwa praise him, but even the Phoenix ancestor also spoke highly of him. This made the Golden Phoenix curious. What ability did this Feng Zichen have to be praised by two supreme existences? When Zichen was young, he was indeed favored by the Empress and received her teachings. However, I didn't expect that the Empress would still pay attention to him after so many years, the Zi clan said thoughtfully as they thought of Feng Zichen's fortuitous encounter when he was young. There's such a thing? Fellow Taoist, can you take me to see fellow Zichen? Golden Phoenix had never heard of this before. Of course. Fellow Taoist, please come with me. The Zi clan nodded and led the Golden Phoenix outside. On the way, the Golden Phoenix suddenly said to the Zi clan, "In the future, when we enter Empress Hua's palace, you and I will be family. Calling me fellow Taoist will make me feel like an outsider. How about we call each other sisters?" Zi greets elder sister. Seeing that Golden Phoenix didn't seem to be joking, the Zi clan responded with a smile. Good. Good. Elder sister left in a hurry and didn't bring anything good. Take this essence of fortune first. When we return to Empress Hua's palace, I'll give you a gift. Golden Phoenix happily took out a piece of essence of fortune and stuffed it into the Zi clan's hands. Thank you, elder sister. Chapter 114. In Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen sat cross-legged under the star tree, visualizing the Tai Yin star in his heart. Gradually, a black moon rose behind him, half hidden and half hidden. It shone with a black light, and the innate Tai Yin chi rolled out, spreading in all directions. Everything within 10,000 miles was shrouded in black mist. Come. With a command, the star tree trembled violently, and the Tai Yin star's shadow appeared like a mirror, swaying in the wind, and palaces, streaks of silver light fell from the sky, turning into Tai Yin origin chi and fusing into the black moon behind Feng Zichen, making it even darker. Then, the Tai Yin star's shadow dissipated into specks of light as if it had run out of energy, and the star tree returned to normal. Innate Tai Yin divine light, form. Feng Zichen formed a seal with his hands, and the black moon behind him shrunk, turning into an illusory black light that devoured the innate Tai Yin chi in a frenzy. Again. In the sky above Zichen's grotto heaven, the illusory Tai-Yin star shook violently, and strands of innate Tai-Yin Qi helped the innate Tai-Yin divine light to form a solid form. However, just as the innate Tai-Yin divine light was about to form, Feng Zichen's innate Yang divine light suddenly appeared on its own, as if it sensed a threat. A dot of innate Yang divine light flashed, and the innate Yang divine light shattered the innate Tai-Yin divine light. In an instant, the Tai-Yin Qi flowed out, freezing everything within 10,000 miles. Still not enough? As he spoke, Feng Zichen waved his sleeves, and a vast amount of dermic powers surged out. With a cracking sound, the ice shattered, and turned back into innate Tai-Yin Qi, which was then sent into the Tai-Yin star. Sigh. It seems like my plan to cultivate the innate Yin-Yang divine light has failed. After a long while, Feng Zichen sighed. He had suffered a great loss this time. He had planned to use the Tai-Yin origin Qi to cultivate the innate Tai-Yin divine light, and then merge it with the innate Yang divine light to evolve into the legendary innate Yin-Yang divine light. Unfortunately, he didn't expect the repulsive force of Yin and Yang to be so strong. The innate divine light of Yang shattered the divine light of Yin directly, not allowing it to exist in his body. After all, the innate extreme Yang divine light was condensed from Feng Zichen's essence, while the innate extreme Yin divine light was condensed from an innate extreme Yin origin. The difference between their natures was too great. One side was strong while the other was weak. Moreover, they were hostile to each other, so it was naturally impossible for them to coexist peacefully. As such, not only did Feng Zichen fail to cultivate the innate Tai-Yin divine light, but he also lost a surge of his Qi of origin. It was truly heartbreaking. It seems like I'll have to find an innate source of Yin to cultivate the innate Yin-Yang divine light. But the Eldritch Wilderness has been established for so long. Innate sources have either turned into innate fiend gods or innate spiritual treasures. Where am I going to find one? Feng Zichen scratched his head. He had been coveting the innate Yin-Yang divine light for a long time, but now he found out that he couldn't cultivate it. Sigh, the demons are really a hindrance. In fact, the innate Yin origin wasn't too difficult to find. At the very least, the innate Yin origin wasn't lacking in the Tai-Yin star. However, that was the demon's territory after all. Now, Feng Zichen didn't even dare to use the starlight, let alone steal the innate Yin origin from the Tai-Yin star. It was fine when he was in the golden immortal realm. The starlight he used was scattered on the Eldritch Wilderness, so the demons couldn't discover it. But after he became a Tai Jingxian, he could use the power of the Zhouxing origin. If he used it once or twice, it would be fine. But if he used it frequently, the demon Star Lord wasn't blind. How could he not discover it? By then, the demons would think that he was the innate star god hiding in the Eldritch Wilderness. That would be fun. Forget it, after the Great Witch Demon War, I'll go to the Tai-Yin star and collect the innate Yin origin. No, by then, I still want the innate Yin origin. I want the entire Tai-Yin star. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen put aside his distracting thoughts and took out the chaos bead. He planned to deduce a supreme grand skill. Qi. With Feng Zichen's current strength, he couldn't activate the shadow of Mount Buzhou. But with the shadow of Mount Buzhou in his body, he could suppress all external forces, including the Qi. As soon as the innate evil Qi rushed into his body, before it could do any damage, the Buzhou Mountain's shadow trembled slightly, and a suppressive force came from it, pressing the innate evil Qi into a ball, stopping it from moving. Great! Innate 5 Elemental Divine Light, innate Yang Divine Light, 10,000 Elephant Divine Lightning. Go! Feng Zichen's arcane energy surged out madly as he cast all kinds of skills onto the heaven and earth furnace. Roar! Above the heaven and earth furnace, there were the roars of sacred beasts, thunder rumbling, and divine light flashing, causing its power to increase exponentially. The refining power surged and swept towards the connate baleful aura with all its might. Under the suppression of the shadow of Mount Buzhou, the innate evil Qi couldn't resist at all. It was constantly refined by the furnace of heaven and earth, turning into streaks of black light that flowed into Feng Zichen's body. Qi! He understood that this was because his body was too weak and could not withstand the power of the innate baleful qi, causing his physical body to be damaged and sending him intense pain. In Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, an illusory figure of a deity with a blurry face appeared. His aura was incomparably majestic, and a purple-black evil spirit flowed on his body. As the strongest chaos demon god, Pangan naturally had an innate baleful aura. However, it was not called Chaos Baleful Aura, but Dutian Divine Baleful Aura. As the innate evil qi circulated, strands of evil qi fused into his flesh and blood, constantly strengthening his body. Slowly, the sharp pain began to lessen until it disappeared completely. Chapter 115. Buzz. 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 The chaos bead trembled for a moment and spat out a black crystal. It was so dark that it seemed to absorb all the light, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The wails of gods and demons sounded, and the scene of thousands of creatures dying appeared. It was extremely terrifying, as if the gods had all fallen and the world was coming to an end. A terrifying aura filled the air. The black crystal came from the deepest part of Mount Buzhou. It was a product of highly condensed chaotic evil qi and contained a large amount of chaotic evil qi. Since the connate evil qi had been exhausted, it was time to use the stronger chaotic evil qi. This time, Feng Zichen went all out and was determined to cultivate the divine evil qi. Heaven and Earth Furnace, go! As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a powerful suction force came from the Heaven and Earth Furnace and sucked the black crystal in. Attacked, the black crystal exploded, releasing wisps of chaotic evil qi that crashed into the Heaven and Earth Furnace with boundless power. Crack! Crack! The chaotic evil qi was so powerful that it cracked the Heaven and Earth Furnace with just one hit. It was full of cracks and would shatter at any time. Rumble. Sensing the existence of the chaotic evil qi, the phantom of Mount Buzhou emitted a deeper Taoist rhyme, revealing a vast and ancient aura. Vast divine power suddenly pressed down and suppressed the chaotic evil qi. With a flash of divine light, the cracks on the Heaven and Earth Furnace disappeared, and refining power surged out toward the chaotic evil qi. Unfortunately, even though it was suppressed by the phantom of Mount Buzhou, the chaotic evil qi was still extremely powerful. Compared to it, the refining power of the Heaven and Earth Furnace was too weak and couldn't shake it at all. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised by this. If he could easily refine the chaotic evil qi, how could he live up to its name? Break! Raising the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen struck it hard. A loud bell rang, and a power that could destroy all things broke the black crystal into pieces. At the same time, the Tree of Worlds spat out a stream of origin energy of heaven and earth, which turned into blazing flames and burned toward the Heaven and Earth Furnace. The chaotic evil qi was refined, and a trace of purple-black evil qi gradually appeared on Feng Zichen's body. Outside Zichen's cave, the members of the Z clan cast a spell, opened a passage, and pulled the golden phoenix inside. Sister, this is the place. Zichen is cultivating in seclusion inside. Is this a high-grade grotto heaven? Walking into Zichen's grotto heaven, the rich Xiantian qi gushed out, shocking the golden phoenix. The two of them entered Zichen's grotto heaven and continued walking. Not long after, they saw Feng Zichen sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. His body was surrounded by a thin layer of dark purple evil qi. As for the star tree, although it was rooted in Zichen's cave, its real body was in the endless void. Besides Feng Zichen, no one could see it. The star tree was related to the fate of Zhouxing. If outsiders knew that the tree was in the hands of the human race, it would definitely attract many powerful figures to fight for it. With Feng Zichen's strength, he would not be able to keep it. It's so powerful. Just by looking at the dark purple evil qi, the golden phoenix felt as if her eyes had been pricked by needles. At the same time, she felt a sense of extreme danger, which made her shudder. Feng Zichen opened his eyes, and a purplish-black light flashed. A terrifying aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Cold Yin qi filled the air. Nice to meet you, Zihuang. Standing up, Feng Zichen first greeted the Z clan, and then asked in confusion, "May I know who this fairy is?" "This is the Golden Phoenix of Emperor Envoi's palace. I have something to discuss with you. Also, the evil qi here is so strong." "Zichen, what are you doing?" The surrounding cold qi made the Z clan feel uncomfortable. She could not help but frown and ask. "This is a great divine sense that I have just cultivated. I'm not familiar with it yet, so it caused the qi to leak out. It's not a big deal." Shaking his head, Feng Zichen did not explain too much. Using evil qi to cultivate a divine sense would inevitably offend cultivators, even if the divine sense originated from Pangu. "May I know why you are looking for me?" Feng Zichen turned around and asked the Golden Phoenix. "His Majesty Zhu Huang asked me to give you this as a gift to thank you." With that, the Golden Phoenix took out a phoenix feather and handed it to Feng Zichen. "His Majesty Zhu Huang and Her Majesty Nuwa both praise you. Your future is really limitless. It's all thanks to the two majesties." Feng Zichen took the phoenix feather and smiled modestly. The phoenix feather was long and narrow, emitting a colorful light. The qi of the five virtues was circulating around it, and the nirvana flame was burning around it, deducing the truth of life and death. As soon as it was in his hand, the phoenix feather shone brightly with colorful light. Innate talismans emerged and turned into a Khanate Tao scripture, which fell into Feng Zichen's heart. The Khanate Tao scripture of life and death. This was a Tao scripture of life and death, which directly evolved from the Tao of life and death. It explained the truth of life and death. If one could fully comprehend it, he could become Daoyuo Jingxian. This is too precious. At this time, Feng Zichen realized how extraordinary this item was. Not to mention the Khanate Tao scripture of life and death, this phoenix feather was also an extraordinary treasure. It was not inferior to ordinary Khanate spiritual treasures. Judging by its power, it was probably Zhu Huang's tail feather. "My friend, this phoenix feather is the tail feather of His Majesty Zhu Huang when he transformed into the vermilion bird. It is extremely precious and contains part of His Majesty Zhu Huang's origin. Countless people in the Phoenix clan yearn for it but can't get it. His Majesty Zhu Huang gave it to you, which shows how much His Majesty values you." After that, the Golden Phoenix looked at Feng Zichen curiously. He wondered what he did for Zhu Huang that made Zhu Huang give this item to him. One must know that there were only 9 phoenix feather in the entire Phoenix clan. However, although the Golden Phoenix was curious, he did not ask Feng Zichen about it rashly. It was better to know less about the affairs of the Almighty, lest trouble come knocking on his door one day. Then, "I'll accept it shamelessly." After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen put away Zhu Huang's phoenix feather. After all, for Zhu Huang, no matter how precious this item was, it was not as important as freedom. "Fairy, this is the first time you've come to the human clan. I suppose you don't know much about the human clan. How about I show you around and show you the sights of the human clan?" Feng Zichen suggested after looking around. "Thank you, my friend." The Golden Phoenix thought for a while and nodded. It would be bad if she did not know anything about the human clan when the Nuwa asked her about it after returning to Emperor Envoi's palace. "Fairy, you're too polite. If you can put in a few good words for the human clan in front of Her Majesty, Zichen will be very grateful." Feng Zichen waved his hand and said, "Pfft! You're such an interesting person. The human clan was created by Her Majesty and is equivalent to Her Majesty's child. Her Majesty cares a lot about the human clan. There's no need for me to put in a good word for them." The Golden Phoenix could not help but laugh after hearing Feng Zichen's words. Chapter 116. On the shore of the East Sea, Ao Shui, Water Dragon King, and an unfamiliar man appeared with a flash of light and flew towards the human ancestral temple. Ao Shui and Water Dragon of the Dragon Clan, and Xuanqi of the Black Tortoise Clan, have come to congratulate Suiren Taoist priests. Their voices came from afar before they even arrived. In the meeting hall, Suirenshi's heart skipped a beat when he heard this voice. He transmitted his voice to Feng Zichen. Zichin, our friends from the Dragon Clan and the Black Tortoise Clan are here. There will be friends from other clans coming in a bit. I can't leave right now, so please receive them on my behalf. Inside Zichin's grotto heaven, Feng Zichin, who was taking Golden Phoenix to tour the Ziwei Mountain, suddenly stopped and said apologetically, "Fairy, I'm really sorry. I have some matters to attend to in the human ancestral temple. Please forgive me." "It's fine. The human ancestral temple is more important. Please go ahead." Golden Phoenix nodded in understanding. "Thank you for your understanding." With a smile, Feng Zichin took a step forward and arrived outside Zichin's grotto heaven. With another step, he arrived in front of Ao Shui and the others. "Ao Shui, Dragon Lord, long time no see." Feng Zichin was very happy to see old friends. He couldn't help but quickly walk up and greet the two. Noticing the unfamiliar man beside the two, Feng Zichin asked, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" "This is Xuanqi of the Black Tortoise Clan. He came with us to congratulate fellow Taoist Suiren." Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Water Dragon King stepped forward and introduced him. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Zichin. I've heard of your name for many years. It's a pleasure to finally meet you today." Xuanqi carefully sized up Feng Zichin and said, "Everyone, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me to the guest hall." With a wry smile, Feng Zichin changed the topic and led the three to the guest hall. He didn't know how the 5 elemental sacred beasts praised him in their clans, but most of the clans had a different impression of him. Their words gave off a strange feeling. Golden Phoenix was like that, and now Xuanqi was like that. Mo Zhang of the Qilin clan and the White Tiger clan. Jian Shan of the White Tiger clan is here to congratulate Suiren Taoist priests. Before Feng Zichin's friends and clans and white clans of the White Dragon clan, and the White Dragon King and White Dragon came. Our friends from the Qilin clan and the White Tiger clan are here. I'll go and pick them up. Please wait for a moment. After the 5 elemental sacred beasts agreed to protect the human tribe became the ally of the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Although this ally was a little weak, it seemed to have great potential. Now that Suiren had succeeded Daluo Jingxian, the human tribe's strength had increased greatly. As allies, the 5 elemental sacred beasts couldn't help but send 5 outstanding clansmen to congratulate them. After the meeting, Suiren first received the representatives of the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Then, he called Feng Zichin to the main hall of the ancestral temple. "Zichin, Her Majesty has ordered the 3 of us to go to Emperor Envoi's palace for an audience. And we don't know how long it will take for us to come back. Therefore, I've decided to pass on the position of chief of the human tribe to you. In the years to come, you will lead the human tribe." Under the statue of Nuwa, Suiren said to Feng Zichin solemnly. "Ah. What? Emperor Sui, you mustn't do this. Even if you don't want to be the chief of the human tribe, there are still Chao Huang, Zi Huang, the elders, and the city lords. How can you bypass them and pass the position to me directly?" Feng Zichin was shocked and refused repeatedly. Although he was very interested in the position of chief of the human tribe, his seniority in the human tribe was too low. If he suddenly took the position, the human tribe would inevitably be unconvinced. According to his previous plan, after the human tribe occupied the majority of the human tribe, he would ascend to the position of chief of the human tribe in one fell swoop. But now, Suiren obviously intended to push him to the position of chief of the human tribe despite the objections of the masses. "You don't have to worry about this at all. Second brother and third sister are going to Emperor Envoi's palace to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. They will return to the human tribe after becoming Daluo Jingxian. At that time, the position of chief of the human tribe won't mean much to them. Moreover, it's not my idea to pass the position of chief of the human tribe to you alone. It's the idea of all 3 of us. Therefore, you don't have to worry that they will be dissatisfied with you because of this. As for the elders..." At this point, Suirenshire paused and continued in an inexplicable tone. "In terms of ability, they are far inferior to you. In terms of strength, they are also far inferior to you. In terms of contribution to the human tribe, they can't compare to you at all. So, how can they have the face to compete with you for the position of chief of the human tribe? How can such mediocre people be the chief of the human tribe? How can they lead the human tribe to prosperity? I'm afraid they can't even survive in the untainted land. As he finished speaking, Sueren's face sank, and it carried a strand of rage while his tone couldn't help but become stern. Looking at Sueren's increasingly gloomy face, Feng Zichen looked ahead silently and dared not say a word. It seemed that something unpleasant must have happened in the meeting just now. Otherwise, Emperor Sui wouldn't have been so angry. In fact, Feng Zichen knew that many of the elders of the human tribe were dissatisfied with him. Especially after he drove the human tribe immortals out of the East Sea, there were even more elders who were dissatisfied with him. If Yochaoshi and Suerenshi hadn't spoken up in time and taken responsibility for this matter, those angry elders of the human race would have joined hands to expel Feng Zichen from the higher echelon of the human race. After all, when he chased the human clan immortals out of the East Sea, he treated them all equally. No matter who they were, as long as they were at the heaven immortal stage or above, he chased them all out without giving them any consideration. Among these immortals, there were many disciples, relatives, descendants, and even their own children. Many of them died in the riot of the ferocious beasts. The death of a large number of immortals caused the strength of some elders' tribes to be greatly reduced. Coupled with the death of their relatives, how could the elders of the human tribe not hate him? They didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Sueren, so they targeted Feng Zichen, the initiator of all this. They madly vented their dissatisfaction and hated him very much. Feng Zichen could imagine the angry faces of those elders of the human tribe who were hostile to him when Emperor Sui mentioned that he would pass on the position of patriarch of the human tribe to him, and their faces flushed red when they argued with Emperor Sui. Fortunately, most of the elders of the human tribe were still wholeheartedly loyal to the human tribe. After all, only a very small number of them had selfish motives. Moreover, the city lords had more or less received favors from Feng Zichen, so they naturally stood firmly behind him. In addition, Feng Zichen's contributions to the human tribe were obvious to all. Everyone knew that they couldn't compare with him, so Emperor Sui was able to smoothly finalize this matter. Chapter 117. Of course, if Emperor Sui insisted, with his prestige in the human tribe, he could settle this matter, but it would inevitably hurt the harmony of the human tribe, and leave a hidden danger for Feng Zichen to govern the human tribe in the future. Zichen, go and prepare. Later, under the witness of everyone, I will pass on the position of patriarch to you, so that I can go to Emperor Nvuo's palace with peace of mind. After a while, Suerenshi calmed down and said to Feng Zichen, don't worry. Yes, Emperor Sui, don't worry. I will lead the human tribe to prosperity and live up to your expectations. Feng Zichen calmed down and said firmly. Good. I am very relieved to hand over the human tribe to you. Sueren nodded and left to gather the people. However, just as Sueren was about to step out of the hall, he suddenly stopped and said to Feng Zichen with his back to him, you were born in the human tribe after heaven. Many elders have criticized me for passing on the position to you. For example, the Guyue clan, Jushan clan, and Bingta clan are proud of their Xiantian status. It is inevitable that they will not accept you. If they try to sow discord between the Xiantian and Hotian human tribes after I leave, and use this to attack your prestige, you must not be soft-hearted. Remember, no matter who they are, no matter what their relationship with me is, if they dare to stir up the conflict between the Xiantian and Hotian tribes, you must not be soft-hearted. Remember. 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 After saying that, Sueren continued to walk forward and out of the hall. Yes, Zichen will remember. Sueren's words were very, very light. Although Feng Zichen could not see his expression, he could tell from his tone that Emperor Sui must have made a great decision to say these words. I really don't know what Elder Guyue and the others said in the hall. They forced Emperor Sui to say these words. After Sueren walked away, Feng Zichen said to himself in confusion. What did he mean by not being soft-hearted? It meant that when it was time for him to kill, he had to kill without mercy. They were old companions who had lived and eaten together ever since they were born. They had experienced countless hardships together, and their relationship was extremely deep. Even so, Emperor Sui, who had a good temper, was forced to kill them. It could be seen that they had gone too far in the council hall. Damn it. If I had known that something big was going to happen in the conference hall, I would have participated in it no matter what. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so clueless about the situation. For a moment, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did he become a tour guide for no reason? Not only did he listen to a bunch of ambiguous words, but he also delayed his own important matters. However, although Emperor Sui said so, if I really dared to kill them, the Xiantian human race might rebel. It seems that I have to think of a way to drive them out. Feng Zichen thought as he rubbed his head. 3 days later, Suiren and the other two walked into the ancestral temple with the elders of the human race and many city lords. Under the witness of the representatives of the 5 races, they held the coronation ceremony for Feng Zichen. Zichen, from today onwards, I entrust the human race to you. You are the new leader of the human race. You are responsible for the future of hundreds of millions of people. You have a great responsibility. In the future, don't be impulsive when you do things. Think more, observe more, be generous, and be impartial. Suiren gave Feng Zichen the fur wood that represented the human race's inheritance to Feng Zichen. Then, he told Feng Zichen about his experience in governing the human race. Yes, Zichen, I will remember everything. I will not let Emperor Sui down. Feng Zichen took note and promised Emperor Sui. Everyone, Zichen has just ascended to the throne. It is inevitable that he will make some mistakes. After I leave, I hope that you will assist him with all your heart. Find out what he has done and make up for what he has done. Together, we will prosper the human race. I'll thank you in advance. After instructing Feng Zichen, Suiren turned around and said to the crowd. We don't dare. Emperor Sui, you are too serious. This is what we should do. Even if you didn't say it, we will assist the Zichen clan with all our heart. Seeing that Suiren was about to bow to them, the crowd hurriedly bowed and said that they didn't dare. That's good. Seeing their sincere attitude, Suiren smiled with satisfaction. Well, we have been delayed for so long. It is time for us to go to Empress Hua's palace. As Suiren spoke, an auspicious cloud rose and carried the Chou clan, the Zi clan, and the Golden Phoenix to Empress Hua's palace. We respectfully bid farewell to Emperor Sui, Chao Huang, and Zi Huang. Seeing the 3 of them leave, the crowd bowed to them. With the abdication of Suiren and the other 2, the luck that represented the human race's patriarchs was drawn from them and gathered in Feng Zichen's body. Rumble. In the sky above the human race's ancestral temple, auspicious clouds suddenly appeared. Thousands of rays of light and thousands of strands of auspicious qi appeared. The laws of great Tao fell and the order of heavenly Tao appeared. Then, in front of the crowd's astonished eyes, a ball of fire surrounded by 5-colored brilliance slowly appeared in the void. It was dazzling and had the aura of human Tao flowing around it. It was endless and everlasting. This is the manifestation of the human race's luck. At the first sight of the ball of fire, the crowd felt a burning passion in their hearts. Hot blood gushed out and the desire to improve themselves was born. At the same time, as the ball of fire flickered, images appeared in front of the crowd, showing the past of the human race and awakening the memories in the depths of their minds. A feeling of bloodline connection came, allowing the crowd to naturally understand the origin of the ball of fire. Under the contrast of the 5-colored brilliance, the ball of fire was extremely dazzling. It was like a great sun hanging high in the void, illuminating the entire world. After the ball of fire illuminated all the humans in the coast of East Sea, it suddenly descended and merged into Feng Zichen's body. Rumble. In an instant, a powerful aura shot out from Feng Zichen's body and turned into a huge whirlwind, stirring the clouds in all directions. The sky changed color, the sky shook, and the earth trembled. A terrifying aura burst out, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. This aura, this power, there's no doubt about it, it's Daluo Jinxian. But, how can it be? The crowd was shocked and stared at Feng Zichen, who was in the center of the whirlwind, in disbelief. The human race's luck, supported by the luck of the 5 innate races, had long surpassed the River of Destiny and had the power of Daluo Jinxian. It was just that the human race's luck was only 30%, so it couldn't really display its true power. Moreover, after all these years of development, the human race's luck had greatly increased, and the power it contained had become stronger. Now, Suiren and the other two had abdicated, and the human race's luck had been drawn out from their bodies and merged into one, pouring into Feng Zichen's body. This gave him the power to contend with Daluo Jinxian for the time being. Although his cultivation level hadn't changed, under the support of the human race's luck, Feng Zichen was no different from Daluo Jinxian in other aspects, except that he couldn't be immortal. Chapter 118. In Emperor Envoi's palace, Nuwa frowned and gently stroked the void when she sensed the change in the human clan's fate. In an instant, the secrets of heaven seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze, blurred and unfathomable. An invisible aura appeared and enveloped the entire coast of the East Sea, completely concealing the Daluo Jinxian's aura on Feng Zichen. Who is it? In the untainted land, a strange Daluo Jinxian's aura suddenly appeared. Although this aura disappeared in a flash, the powerful figure's spiritual senses were so sharp that they detected it the moment it appeared. It's gone. After scanning the untainted land for a moment, the powerful figures did not discover the existence of a new Daluo Jinxian. Puzzled, they began to calculate silently in their hearts. It's gone. In the eyes of the powerful figures, the secrets of heaven were normal and the long river of destiny was quiet. There was no new Daluo Jinxian born, as if the strand of Daluo's aura just now was an illusion. Immediately, the powerful figures understood that a higher-level existence had taken action to conceal the secrets of heaven so that they could not pry into it. Knowing that the other party had a great origin, the powerful figures immediately withdrew their curiosity and regained their calmness. Only some of the top powerful figures looked at Emperor Envoi's palace with indescribable expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. With the blessing of the human clan's fate, Feng Zichen felt that his true spirit was constantly rising into the sky. As his true spirit rose, his vision also expanded and he could see the myriad of living beings in the untainted land. Rumble. With a loud sound, his true spirit crossed layers of space and came to the sky above the long river of destiny. Standing above the void, Feng Zichen looked down at the long river of destiny. He saw spots of light, hazy, big and small, struggling desperately in the river, trying to jump out of the river. Unfortunately, their strength seemed to be too tiny when compared to the river of destiny. A single wave was enough to strike them down to the bottom of the river, and they were carried along by the river water as it flowed forward. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. Those light spots were the fates of all living beings. Whether it was birds, beasts, fish, insects, grass, trees, rivers, or all living beings, as long as they did not reach Daluo Jinxian, their fates would turn into light spots and fall into the river. At the instant every living being was born, the fate of his life had already been determined by the heavenly Tao, and according to the established trajectory, he walked step by step towards his final destination. And cultivation was the beginning of changing one's destiny. As one's cultivation increased, the light that represented destiny would become brighter and stronger. It would constantly struggle in the river of destiny and change its own destiny. When he became the Daluo Jinxian, he rose from the river of fate and transcended it. Feng Zichen's gaze flashed past the fates of countless living beings and looked towards the depths of the river of destiny. He wanted to find the light spot of destiny that belonged to him in the boundless river. The Daluo's vision was so profound that he could see through all the secrets of the great thousand worlds. He could see through all the living beings, life and death, suffering and happiness, and he could see all the various forms of the world. The past, present, and future were all in the Daluo's eyes. With Big Luo's vision, how could the mist above the river block Feng Zichen's vision when he peered into the river of destiny? In the blink of an eye, he saw through the layers of mist and sorted out the countless truths of life. He found the light that belonged to him in the light of the fates of countless living beings. This light was resplendent and flowed with purple light. It was round and flawless, like a pearl, like a star. The aura of the Tao coiled around it, and a myriad of phenomena were born. When Feng Zichen's gaze touched it, rays of purple light flew out from its body and transformed into Feng Zichen's appearance, deducing his various futures. In these futures, Feng Zichen would either die tragically at the hands of ferocious beasts, be killed by demons, or become a sect master. There were good and bad things, but there was no possibility of him becoming the Daluo Jingxian. It was as if the Tai Jingxian was his end. Humph. You want to mess with my Dao heart with this? Dream on. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen suddenly waved his hand and wiped away all the futures derived from the life providence. In the primordial world, apart from connate god fiends, there was no restriction on connate and postnatal. The future of all living beings was the Tai Jingxian. This was the restriction set by the heavenly Tao on all living beings. The Daluo Jingxian was the incarnation of the great Tao. It was an existence that occupied the origin of the world. Every additional one of them would increase the burden of the world. Therefore, the heavenly Tao did not like the Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, apart from the connate god fiends who were the origin of the world, it was difficult for any living being to become the Daluo Jingxian. The river of destiny was the strongest method of the heavenly Tao to prevent the Daluo Jingxian from being born. It controlled the fate of all living beings and planned the future for all living beings. Transcending the river of destiny meant that one's fate was in their own hands and not in the hands of the heavenly Tao. In the river of destiny, a five-colored fire quietly appeared and enveloped Feng Zichen's life providence. It gradually disappeared. Although it was still in the river of destiny, it could no longer be seen. It was similar to transcendence. Is this the Daluo Jingxian? It's so powerful. The moment the life providence disappeared, Feng Zichen completely transformed. Unparalleled power appeared in his body and the laws of heaven and earth appeared clearly in front of him. The various great Daos seemed to be within his reach and the past and future appeared in his heart. He was almost omnipotent. Changing the past and future? This is incredible. With this power, Feng Zichen felt that he could change the past and set the future at will. However, just as he was about to use this ability, a vast divine aura came from the depths of time and space. It scared him so much that he quickly extinguished this thought. Feng Zichen believed that if he dared to recklessly manipulate time and space, Mount Buzhou would definitely suppress him without any mercy. Sigh. Born in the wilderness, I don't know if these Daluo Jingxian should be sad or happy. With a sigh, Feng Zichen left the river of destiny and returned to his body. In the wilderness, although he had lost the ability to reverse the flow of time, he saw the possibility of taking a step forward. It was really a blessing and a curse. From the time the human race's qi entered his body to the time he returned from the river of destiny, Feng Zichen experienced a series of things. It seemed to have taken a lot of time, but in fact, it was only an instant. Everyone's consciousness was still stuck in the previous moment. It was probably because the Daluo Jingxian's concept of time had undergone a fundamental change. Although he was in the river of time and space, he was not affected by it and drifted outside of time. With a thought, he could stop time and space, and with a thought, he could change the world. Just now, under the influence of the Daluo power that Feng Zichen had erupted, everyone's time had stagnated. As a result, after he returned, everyone stood there motionless with ugly expressions. Withdraw. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly withdrew his aura. In an instant, the stagnant time resumed flowing, and everyone's expressions began to become lively. Chapter 119. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. After everyone regained consciousness, they first let out a series of violent coughs. Then, they began to pant heavily, letting out heavy breathing sounds. My fellow cultivators, I'm really sorry. This happened so suddenly that it was completely out of my expectations. I didn't expect to disturb all of you. It's really Zichen's fault. Zichen apologizes to all of you here. I hope you can forgive me. Feng Zichen quickly apologized. He knew that everyone had lost their composure because of the Daluo's aura. It's okay, we're fine. Water Dragon King had the highest cultivation among all of them. He was half a step away from Daluo Jinxian. Therefore, he was the first to recover. He waved his hand and said to Feng Zichen, "Everyone, please rest assured." After a while, everyone recovered and said that they were fine. They told Feng Zichen not to worry. Phew. I'm relieved. Seeing that no one was injured, Feng Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, those that were sent to the human race by the 5-element sacred beasts were all outstanding geniuses of their respective races. Perhaps they were unable to go against a golden immortal, but it was more than sufficient for them to protect themselves under the might of a golden immortal. After all, with their status, they would not lack connate spiritual treasures. As for the human tribe, this was the human tribe's ancestral temple, where the Nuwa was worshipped. If this aura did not come from Feng Zichen, it would not even cause a ripple. My fellow cultivator, your luck is really enviable. Water Dragon King sighed with envy when he sensed that Feng Zichen's aura was not inferior to Daluo Jinxian's. What's there to be envious of about Dragon Lord? Dragon Lord's aura is only half a step away from Daluo Jinxian. I'm afraid that the next time we meet, I'll have to call you Dragon Sovereign. Feng Zichen joked with a smile. You can't compare, you can't compare. You have the fortune of the human race. In the future, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Maybe when you become a Daluo Jinxian, I'll still be struggling in Tai Jinxian. After all, to me, the difference of half a step is like a natural chasm. As for you, Daluo Jinxian is already within reach. You just lack the accumulation. Hearing Feng Zichen's teasing, Water Dragon King smiled helplessly. He was not as lucky as Feng Zichen, who had the fortune of the human race assisting him in his cultivation. Dragon Lord, you're underestimating yourself. With your accumulation and the help of His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, becoming a Daluo Jinxian will not be difficult. Feng Zichen did not believe that a supreme existence like the Ancestral Dragon would not have some treasures that could help people become a Daluo Jinxian. I hope so. Shaking his head, Water Dragon King sighed with emotion. In the end, the fortune of the world is the most precious treasure in the Eldritch world. There is no other treasure. Dragon Lord is right. The fortune of the world is the reason why our 3 races ended up like this. Could it be because of the fortune of the world? How could there be so many disputes in the Eldritch world? Isn't the current war between the shamans and the demons also caused by the fortune of the world? Water Dragon King's words seemed to have evoked everyone's memories and triggered a resonance. The people of the 5 races opened their mouths one after another, detailing the disputes caused by the fortune of the world. Among the people of the Ancestral Temple, except for the people of the human race present who had less experience and shallow knowledge, the people of the Ancestral Temple were all the outstanding people of the 5 races. The others were all outstanding geniuses of the 5 clans, and all of them possessed abundant experience and knowledge. Coupled with their family's knowledge, they were naturally extremely clear about the uses of the karmic luck of the heavens and the earth. Feng Zichen also nodded, agreeing with this statement. Not to mention that because he had obtained the fortune of the human race, he directly possessed strength comparable to Daluo Jinxian. The reason why Suiren and the other 2 could improve so quickly was because of the fortune of the human race in their bodies. With great fortune, one could do everything according to one's wishes. When one went out, one would encounter treasures and turn misfortune into good fortune. With the fortune of the world, one could increase one's strength, deepen one's connection with the world, and speed up one's cultivation. If the fortune of the world was thick enough, one could directly peek into the origin of the world and cultivate in the sea of the great Tao. The heavenly Tao would be open to one, and there would be no more secrets in the world. It was because of this that the saints of the later generations did not care about their pride and carried out various schemes just to obtain more fortune of the world and speed up their comprehension of the divine Tao in order to advance to a higher realm. In the untainted world, the most ancient way to become a saint was related to the fortune of the world. Countless people yearned for it. According to ancient legends, if someone could unify the untainted world, there was no need for the Hongmeng purple qi. With the boundless fortune, one could directly condense the sage position and become an indestructible and untainted saint. It was also because of this that the ancestor dragon, phoenix, and Qilin ancestors wanted to dominate the untainted world. They were instigated by the demon ancestor, Rahu, and triggered the calamity of the dragon Han. Di Jun also established the heavenly court because of this. He wanted to unify the untainted world, gather the boundless fortune, and become a saint. Unfortunately, this action angered the witch race and triggered the calamity of the shamans. It was only after this that the 6 great saints appeared and each occupied a part of the fortune of the world, that this path of gathering the fortune of the world and condensing the sage position was completely cut off. The fortune of the human tribe was a part of the fortune of the world. Just a very small part of it allowed Feng Zichen to have the power to rival Daluo Jingxian. How powerful was the heavenly emperor, Di Jun, who was at the center of the world and possessed the fortune of the demon tribe, Zhouxing, and the boundless fortune of the untainted world. It was no wonder that when Di Jun ruled the untainted world, no one except the witch race dared to compete with him. Later on, when the 6 great saints appeared, not only did they fail to suppress Di Jun, but they were also overshadowed by his brilliance and became a supporting role. With such a strong fortune of the world, even if Di Jun was not a saint, he should have the power of a saint. The only difference between him and a saint was that he lacked the fortune of the world, which prevented him from condensing the sage position. To be frank, mastering the fortune of the world meant mastering the origin of the world and the right to speak in the untainted world. The more fortune of the world one possessed, the stronger the origin of the world one could mobilize, and the greater the right to speak. One had to know that the origin of the untainted world was very strong. Who could stop Di Jun? Who could mobilize a small part of the origin of the untainted world? The fact that Di Jun could still suppress the untainted world after the sages appeared was enough to prove that the sages could not do anything to Di Jun. The outbreak of the Great War of the Shamans and the demon tribe was due to the deep hatred between the 2 tribes, but there was no lack of instigation by the sages. To be able to make a saint do such a dirty thing, didn't it also reflect the strength of the shamans? If they could directly push over, why did they have to sow discord between the shamans and the demons in the northern land? I wonder if I can completely overshadow the glory of the sages like Di Jun after I take charge of Zhouxing. Chapter 120. Feng Zichen was able to guess Di Jun's strength based on his own situation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride rising in his heart, as if he was a real man. Fellow Taoist, you've just taken control of the human race. I'm afraid you'll be busy for a while. If that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave first. After they discussed for a while, Water Dragon King suddenly stood up and said goodbye. Seeing this, the others also stood up and planned to leave. Feng Zichen thought for a while and also felt that if he was busy in the future, he wouldn't be able to take care of these people. Therefore, he didn't ask them to stay. Then I won't ask you to stay any longer. When you return, please send my greetings to the emperors. When I'm free, I'll definitely pay them a visit. After that, he turned to Youyu clan, who had just returned from 7 Luminaries Prefecture, and said, Elder Youyu clan, please send fellow Daoist Imo Zhang and fellow Daoist Jian Shan off for me. Yes, clan leader. Youyu clan leader answered, then stepped forward and said to Mo Zhang and Jian Shan, fellow Taoists, please follow me. Huh, you're too polite. Many people of the Beast clan are very interested in you. I wonder what kind of person you are to be praised by the Qilin ancestor and the Tiger ancestor. I'm looking forward to the moment when you come to the Beast clan's sacred land. When that time comes, the scene will be very exciting. While laughing, Mo Zhang and Jian Shan cupped their fists and left with Youyu clan leader. After Youyu clan leader and the others left, Feng Zichen smiled and said to Ao Shui and the other 2, then, let me send you off. I wanted to catch up with you, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. Since there's still some time, let's talk while we walk. Ao Shui and the other 2 nodded and followed Feng Zichen out. Feng Zichen had been in the untainted land for so many years, and Ao Shui was his only friend. Naturally, they were very close. Now that the two of them had been separated for so many years and had finally met each other, they were about to be separated again before they even had the chance to speak. It was inevitable that they would feel a little upset. "Fellow Taoist, please stop here." On the shore of the East Sea, the Water Dragon King was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped and said to Feng Zichen with a solemn expression, "Fellow Taoist, you've temporarily ascended to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm with the providence of the human race. Although there are many benefits, this power is ultimately an external force. There are many restrictions and there are many hidden dangers. The method of using the providence of heaven and earth to raise one's strength originated from the ancient times. It was because of this that the three races obtained great benefits and were able to suppress the group of Khanate god fiends and dominate the primordial world. As such, the three races had a deep understanding of the pros and cons of the heaven and earth providence. And Water Dragon King, as the legitimate successor of the dragon race, naturally knew some secrets that ordinary people didn't know. Therefore, when he saw that Feng Zichen was using the human clan's providence to raise his cultivation, he was afraid that Feng Zichen would not be aware of the dangers involved and would be led astray. "Fellow Taoist, please enlighten me." As this matter concerned himself, Feng Zichen couldn't help but become serious. He cupped his hands to the Water Dragon King and humbly asked for advice. His understanding of the providence of heaven and earth was only from the fragmented memories of the later generations. He only knew that it was the most precious thing and that there were many benefits after obtaining it. Even saints would shamelessly snatch it. The human clan's providence comes from the human race and is closely related to the human race. In the future, if there are any fluctuations in the human race, your strength will be affected. If the human race flourishes while you are in charge of the human race, it will be fine. But if there is a decline, under the backlash of the providence, endless negative karma will descend. Not to mention that your strength as Daluo Jingxian will drop instantly. I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life. At that time, your true spirit will be covered in dust and your great Tao will be severed. You won't even have a chance to start over." Hearing the Water Dragon King's frightening words, Ao Shui couldn't help but reveal a worried expression and looked at Feng Zichen worriedly. However, Feng Zichen smiled and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry. What's there to be afraid of? As the leader of the human race, I should shoulder the responsibility and fight for the strengthening of the human race. Being connected to the human clan's providence can show my determination to strengthen the human race and make the people trust me more. It will increase the cohesion of the people. This is actually a good thing. Moreover, with this pressure, it will constantly urge me to move forward and not slack off at all." There were gains and losses. The human clan's providence could increase his strength so much, and Feng Zichen was already prepared to pay a price. Now, the human clan's providence only completely tied him to the human race. Other than that, there were not many restrictions. And this was what he had hoped for. Such a price was equivalent to nothing to him. In fact, it would bring him many benefits. When Feng Zichen said these words, a fearless spirit emerged from his body. He had the spirit of a leader of the human race, and the few elders of the human race who came with him secretly nodded their heads. "It's good that you can think this way." Inexplicably shocked, the Water Dragon King was slightly absent-minded. From Feng Zichen, he discovered his own shortcomings. No, the shortcomings of the entire dragon race. This spirit, it's really shocking. This is probably what I'm lacking. It's also where I can't compare to Swerin and the others. Since ancient times, the dragon race had been living too comfortably. They had gradually lost the will to forge ahead, and the entire race was filled with a decadent aura. He was completely immersed in the glory of the ancient era. He no longer had the competitive spirit of the ancient era, fighting against the heavens and earth. Since the great calamity of Dragon Han, no new Daluo Jingxian has been born in our race. I originally thought that it was because the heavens had deliberately suppressed us, but now it seems that this is not entirely the case. Perhaps His Majesty saw this point and allowed us to take the initiative to attack the ferocious beasts. From time to time, He would praise Feng Zichen in front of everyone in order to arouse the competitiveness of the dragons. It seems that the human race is far inferior to the dragon race. But if we remove the foundation of the dragon race, the current dragon race, apart from the innate advantage of their bloodline, is no match for the human race. In his heart, the Water Dragon King compared the human race and the dragon race. Suddenly, he made a shocking discovery: the dragon race was in a state of regression, while the human race was in a state of improvement. When he first came to the human race, the strength of the entire human race was not worth mentioning in front of him. There was no need for the experts of the dragon race to make a move. He alone could wipe out the entire human race. But now, Suiren had become the Daluo Jinxian and left him far behind. The Cho clan and the Zi clan had also found their own Daluo opportunities, but he had no clue about advancing. If Feng Zichen was a genius that he could not compare to, even the Yoyu clan, who lived in the East Sea for a long time, was gradually catching up to his realm. There were also several human city lords who had shown talent that was not inferior to his. Chapter 121. He was already the one who improved the fastest in the dragon race, but even so, he still could not compare to the humans. It could be seen that the dragon race was in big trouble. The spirit of fearlessness? After muttering to himself, the Water Dragon King fell into a trance, and his body emitted a mysterious aura. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the ancestral dragon, who was taking a nap, noticed the changes in the Water Dragon King's body. He raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the shore of the East Sea. Have you finally understood? It's not easy. Allow me to lend you a helping hand. He stretched out his dragon claw and pointed at the void. An invisible aura spread out, and the power of the great Tao surged out and poured into the Water Dragon King's body. As the power of the ancestral dragon entered his body, the world in the eyes of the Water Dragon King was completely different. He could see the laws of the world clearly, and his vision was infinitely expanded. He looked at the dragon race and saw a ray of light. That light was grand and carried the faith of the dragon race. But it was like the afterglow of the setting sun, emitting its last brilliance, with a sense of twilight. He looked at the humans again and saw the dazzling light of humanity, filled with the belief of self-improvement. It was like the rising sun, exuding a vigorous aura, and everything was full of vitality. It was a sharp contrast to the dragon race. Yes, the path of cultivation is to press forward. Without a fearless spirit and the determination to risk everything, how can one reach the end of the great Tao? As if infected by the light of humanity, a fearless spirit emerged from the Water Dragon King's body, vowing to cut off all obstacles, sweep away all tribulations, and reach the peak of the great Tao. Haha! The Water Dragon King laughed, and the haze in his heart disappeared. The dust in his soul was cleared, and he felt as clear as a mirror. Rumble. With a rumble, the barrier that had troubled him for many years shattered. His aura suddenly soared, and a powerful force distorted the void, evolving into a vast and endless river that emitted the aura of the great Tao. No one in the world was weaker than water, and no one could defeat the strong. It was not easy. The weak defeated the strong, and the soft defeated the hard. No one in the world did not know this. Goodness is like water. Water benefits all living things and does not compete. It treats the evils of the masses and is close to the Tao. The river was a Tao, a manifestation of all of the enlightenment that Water Dragon King had gained regarding water. It was a manifestation of the Tao of water that he had condensed into a mighty river. Just a moment ago, Water Dragon King had severed all his confusion and strengthened his conviction to prove his Tao. With an indomitable determination, his Tao heart had been sublimated in an instant. He had thoroughly understood his own Tao path and understood the true essence of Daluo. At that moment, all of his comprehension, all of his accumulation, all of it erupted, turning into a huge power that pushed him to an even higher level. Thank you, fellow Daoist. I didn't expect that my Daluo opportunity would be here. After a long while, Water Dragon King came back to his senses and sighed. Congratulations, Dragon Lord. The Daluo is in sight. Just now, I said that the next time we meet, I'm afraid I'll have to call you Dragon Sovereign. Look, it hasn't been that long. Didn't it come true? After Water Dragon King had completely calmed down, Feng Zichen congratulated him with a smile on his face. Water Dragon King's body was surrounded by Tao aura and the aura of the Great Tao. There was a sense of transcendence, similar to Sueren's performance in the Eternal Lamp Hall. This was clearly a precursor to proving the Daluo Jingxian. Fellow Daoist, now that my breakthrough is imminent, I need to immediately return to the Dragon Clan's sacred land to cultivate in seclusion. I won't be able to accompany you to catch up. Water Dragon King cupped his hands and said apologetically. It's fine. There will be plenty of time to catch up in the future. Right now, Dragon Lord's breakthrough is more important. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said indifferently. By the way, fellow Daoist, I'll give you a piece of advice regarding the destiny of the human race. You must not forget it. Before Water Dragon King left, he seemed to have thought of something. With a little fear, he said in a warning tone, fellow Daoist, you can use the destiny of the human race to cultivate. This is no problem. But fellow Daoist, you must guard your heart. You must not succumb to temptation and refine the destiny of the human race into your body and turn it into your own cultivation. Once you succumb to temptation and refine the destiny of the human race, although this will directly allow you to truly step into the realm of the Daluo Jingxian, it will leave behind a huge hidden danger for your future. If one day in the future, the destiny of the human race suddenly plummets, even if you are the Daluo Jingxian, you will die. Not eternal sleep, but true death. What? Isn't the Daluo immortal? How can he die? This time, Feng Zichen was really shocked and exclaimed repeatedly. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. In ancient times, countless experts of the water race could not resist the temptation of the destiny of heaven and earth. They chose to refine the destiny of heaven and earth and stepped into the realm of the Daluo Jingxian. At this point, a look of fear appeared on the water dragon god's face, as if he had thought of something terrifying. He trembled as he spoke. He said in a trembling voice, after the war between the three races, the destiny of the dragon race plummeted, and many experts of the dragon race were madly devoured. On that day, the sky above the East Sea was dark. Endless negative karma filled the air, and the dragons wailed incessantly. The experts who relied on refining the destiny of the human race to become the Daluo Jingxian were constantly wailing. Their great Tao was constantly collapsing and merging with the origin of heaven and earth. Their bodies were dissipating and turning into streams of connate qi. Their true spirits were completely lost in the great Tao and became a part of it. In the end, there was no longer their aura in heaven and earth. Even their Tao had disappeared. Their true spirits sank into the great Tao forever. They did not think or think, and there was no possibility of them appearing in the world. In this way, it was even more terrifying than falling into eternal sleep. It was truly death. Hiss. The backlash of destiny is so strong. After listening to Water Dragon King's narration, Feng Zichen felt his scalp tingle. This subverted his understanding of destiny. In this way, it was even more terrifying than death. Even Xuanqi and Ao Shui were shocked. They were born after ancient times, and they only knew a little about many ancient legends. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. That's right. Under the backlash of destiny, no one can resist it except for the saints. Water Dragon King nodded and revealed another secret. Even His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, who controlled almost 20% of the destiny of the primordial world, did not dare to refine it. He only used it to cultivate. From this, we can see the drawbacks of refining destiny. Back then, His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon had explicitly prohibited the clansmen of the Scaled clan from refining the destiny of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, in the face of a shortcut, how many people could resist the temptation? One clansman after another took the risk of disobeying His Majesty's orders to refine the destiny and step into the Daluo realm. Gradually, His Majesty's orders became nothing more than empty words. Under the general trend, even His Majesty was somewhat helpless. Chapter 122. Fellow Daoist, with your talent, becoming a Daluo Jinxian won't be a difficult task. Remember, be careful when using the luck of the human race. Don't rely on it too much, lest you go astray and affect your own future. In the end, we cultivators belong to ourselves. We can't rely on external forces. On the shore of the East Sea, the Water Dragon King thought of the fate of the dragon race's Daluo Jinxian and warned Feng Zichen earnestly. He was afraid that Feng Zichen wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of power and end up in such a miserable state. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for your warning. Zichen knows what's important. I won't joke about my own path. After tidying up his clothes, Feng Zichen bowed to the Water Dragon King. Such a secret was a clan secret. The fact that the Water Dragon King could tell him meant that he didn't treat him as an outsider. Feng Zichen was very grateful. It's good that you know what you're doing. I won't say anything else. Without saying anything else, the Water Dragon King waved his hand and a mighty wave appeared. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, as if it reached the depths of the East Sea. He waved at Ao Shui and Xuanqi, and the two flew uncontrollably onto the wave. Then, the Water Dragon King also stepped onto the wave. Fellow Daoist, we've been delayed for so long. It's time for us to go back. When you visit the dragon race, I'll set up a banquet in the hall and await your arrival. As he spoke, the water ripples under the Water Dragon Lord's feet suddenly shrank forward. They disappeared from Feng Zichen's sight in an instant, leaving behind only 3 illusory figures. Just as Feng Zichen was about to leave, Ao Shui's voice came from afar. Zichen, 5,000 years later, it will be my coming-of-age ceremony. Remember to come to the East Sea Dragon Palace to find me. Alright, 5,000 years later, I will definitely head to the East Sea Dragon Palace. After replying, Feng Zichen turned around and walked towards the human clan's ancestral temple, not caring whether Ao Shui could hear him or not. Now that the private matter was over, it was time to get down to business. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. In order to establish his prestige, he had to start the first fire. In the meeting hall of the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen sat on the main seat and said to the people below him. Elders and city lords, since the chaos of the beasts, I have not intervened in the affairs of the human race. Now that I have suddenly succeeded the throne, it is inevitable that I have some understanding of the current situation of the human race. Thus, I hope that the various elders and city masters will be able to lend me a helping hand. Give me a list of the number of immortals in each tribe and city, so that I can better control the situation of the human race and set the direction for future development. Yes, Patriarch. We will immediately send a message to our clansmen to deal with this matter and strive to send the results as soon as possible. As they spoke, immortal light bloomed in their hands and turned into various forms, beasts, weapons, birds. They carried the order and flew out. Nodding, Feng Zichen continued. Also, after so many years of reproduction, the number of people in the East Sea has increased. I plan to migrate another group of clansmen. But there are many tribes in the East Sea. It is a bit of a headache to decide which tribe to migrate. Especially after the chaos of the beasts, the clansmen are very afraid of the outside world and are unwilling to leave the East Sea. If we force them to migrate, it will inevitably make them dissatisfied and cause unrest in the clan. In this regard, I wonder if the various elders have any way to migrate some of the clansmen without hurting the harmony of the human race? Feng Zichen originally planned to take advantage of the chaos of the beasts to train the clansmen and reignite their fighting spirit. But who knew that the chaos of the beasts was so tragic that less than 20% of the celestial immortals of the human race who went out to train survived? Now, the clansmen who were originally full of yearning for the outside world immediately became fearful. Although some of the clansmen did stimulate the desire to strive upward. But more of the clansmen were still fearful and planned to nest in the East Sea and continue to live their carefree lives. Feng Zichen's plan to train the clansmen was completely declared a failure. If it was 1 or 2 tribes, Feng Zichen could still drive them out if he was ruthless. But more than half of the clansmen were unwilling to go out. If he forced them out, he was afraid that he would lose his position as the patriarch. This, it was related to the future of the human race. Everyone couldn't help but discuss with a serious expression, but after a long time, they still couldn't come up with any useful ideas. Patriarch, why don't we migrate some of the clansmen to the major cities? I think, with us watching from the side, the fear of the clansmen will be reduced a lot. After a while, seeing that the discussion couldn't come to a conclusion, Yang stepped forward and proposed. Shua, for a time, everyone's eyes were focused on Yang. The elders looked inexplicable, no one knew what they were thinking. The city lords looked unhappy, they seemed to be very dissatisfied with Yang's proposal. During the chaos of the beasts, the unbearable performance of the human race in the ancestral land was still vivid in their minds. How could the city lords let a group of trash enter the city and ruin their own culture? Yang's proposal naturally made them very dissatisfied. The city lords wanted to say something, but couldn't find a good reason to open their mouths. They could only shut their mouths resentfully and glanced at Yang fiercely with angry eyes. This is not appropriate. It's not easy for the city lords to stay outside. We really can't add more burden to them. Even Feng Zichen didn't agree with this. The clansmen of the outside world had been tested for a long time. Each of them was brave and good at fighting. They were the only force that the human race could bring out. Moving the clansmen of the ancestral land to the outside world, was it to drag them down? Thank you for your understanding, Patriarch. The city lords were overjoyed and quickly shouted in unison. Elders, these tribes in the ancestral land have always been under your management. So, regarding this migration, don't you have anything to say? Seeing that the elders were silent, Feng Zichen said in a deep voice. While speaking, Feng Zichen's body soared with a powerful aura. In an instant, the air in the hall became incomparably heavy. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. At this moment, Feng Zichen's eyes flashed with a strange light. In a moment when no one noticed, it fell into Guyue's body. In a trance, Guyue involuntarily stood up and said loudly. As the elders of the human race, we should set an example. Since our clansmen are unwilling to leave the ancestral land, then the tribes to migrate out this time will be selected from our descendants. We will set an example for our clansmen. Not giving Guyue a chance to change his mind, Feng Zichen quickly decided on this matter. Good, this method is wonderful. Elder Guyue is worthy of being the role model of the human race. We will do as you say. In addition, since this matter was proposed by the elder, we will leave it to the elder to handle. I am very assured with the elder handling this matter. Chapter 123. After so many years of development, the human race had gradually evolved into various classes. The tribe of the human race elders was the leader, occupying the place with the most resources on the coast of the East Sea. Next was the tribe of the Khanate humans, occupying the most fertile land on the coast of the East Sea. The rest of the land, which they looked down on, was the place where the postnatal humans gathered. Moreover, some of the elders, led by the Guyue clan, did not have a good impression of the postnatal humans. They thought that they occupied the living space of the Khanate humans and often suppressed them. The Khanate humans were born stronger than the postnatal humans. In addition, they occupied the best resources of the ancestral land, causing the gap between them to widen. Most of the human experts were from the Khanate humans. Therefore, faced with the suppression of the Guyue clan, even if Feng Zichen wanted to help, he could not fight against most of the upper echelons of the human race by himself. Now, Feng Zichen found an excuse to divide a portion of the Khanate humans. First, it could weaken the influence of the Khanate humans, and second, it could make room for the postnatal humans to develop. He could also take this opportunity to train them and let them truly grow up in the cruel untainted land. One had to know that in order to cultivate their descendants, the elders of the human race had spent countless resources. They were the backbone of the human race. It would be a pity if they were crippled just like that. As long as 1/5 of them, as long as 1/10 of them can become talents, it will be worth it no matter how great the sacrifice is. Feng Zichen's eyes seemed to be able to see through the endless void and take in the entire human tribe. He thought to himself as he looked at the smiling Khanate human tribe. This is a good idea. Several elders of the human race who were dedicated to the public thought about it and also felt that this was a good idea. They smiled and nodded in agreement. At this time, the Gyue clan came to their senses. Although they felt that this was a little inappropriate, they could not figure out what was wrong. They also felt that this was the best choice at this time. Then, they gradually lost themselves in the compliments of the crowd. All right, everyone, you may go. After arranging all the affairs, Feng Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared from the meeting hall, appearing in the sky above Ziwei Mountain. Ha! With a deep shout, Feng Zichen gathered all the spiritual power in his body and suddenly grabbed at the void. Rumble. Khanate Chi gathered madly and surged into the fortune pool of 5 elements on Ziwei Mountain. At once, 5 colored lights shot up into the sky. It was incomparably bright and lit up the entire Zichen's heavenly abode. Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, the images of the sacred beasts of the 5 elements rushed out from the fortune pool. An azure dragon soared into the sky, a vermilion bird spread its wings and let out a long cry, a chelan suppressed the earth, a white tiger roared at the sky, and a black tortoise covered the sea. Go! Feng Zichen's mind moved, and the chaos bead flew out from his body. It hovered in the air and flickered. Then, a white river flowed out, emitting the chi of fortune. It flowed towards the pool of fortune and merged with it. This was the fortune origin liquid that Feng Zichen had obtained from Mount Buzhou. It was formed from the essence of the earth and could create anything. Wang. After fusing with the fortune origin liquid, the fortune pool of the 5 elements emitted an even brighter divine light. Its body began to tremble violently as a powerful force suddenly spread out. Then, as if the mountains were collapsing, the Ziwei Mountain shook violently. The entire Zichen's heavenly abode was shaking. Whoosh, Khanate Dao light bloomed, and Dao sounds rumbled between heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth appeared and fell on the fortune pool of 5 elements. Rustle, rustle. Khanate runes appeared one after another, dancing and intertwining in the air, gradually forming an illusory Khanate divine seal. Condense. Feng Zichen made a series of hand seals and activated the fate of the human race. It turned into a mighty torrent of human Dao and poured into the fortune pool of 5 elements. In the next moment, more Khanate runes flew out of its body and shone with the laws of heaven and earth. The illusory Khanate divine seal instantly became solid. At that moment, the fortune pool of 5 elements was shrouded in the divine light of creation. It was upgraded to a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. A powerful aura burst out, and the fortune chi swept in all directions, covering the entire Zichen's heavenly abode. Under the influence of this aura, the mountains and rivers became more beautiful, and the plants grew taller, revealing some spirituality. A large number of spiritual herbs were born, and it was full of vitality. Not bad. Feng Zichen couldn't help but be excited when the fortune pool of 5 elements was upgraded. However, his expression turned serious after a while. He clenched his right fist and punched at the fortune pool of 5 elements. Bang! In the shocking explosion, the fortune origin liquid in the fortune pool of 5 elements spurted out, turning into water droplets of various sizes. They all floated in the air, exuding the fortune chi like stars. At that moment, Daluo Jinxian's aura gushed out of Feng Zichen's body without restraint, forming a huge storm that was extremely terrifying. The void was first distorted, then shattered, and finally disappeared completely. Heaven and earth were vast, and only the fortune origin liquid floated there quietly. Fortune origin manipulation, rise. Feng Zichen's expression turned serious, and the divine light of creation appeared on his body. He drew a Khanate Dao pattern in the air stroke by stroke, and the supreme power appeared. This was the supreme divine power, fortune origin manipulation. It was also the number 1 divine power in the heavenly 36 transformations. It was a divine power of creation, and it was the supreme Dharma power. It could manipulate heaven and earth, and it could change the laws of heaven and earth and transfer everything in the world. Back then, Goddess Nuwa had relied on this divine power of creation to create the entire human race. It was truly a supreme divine power. As the Tao seal was completed, all the Khanate Qi in Zichen's heavenly abode surged towards it and was devoured by the Tao seal. In the end, the essence Qi in the entire heavenly abode decreased by more than 10 times. Go! Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and sent the Tao seal flying towards the fortune origin liquid floating in the air. As the Tao seal flashed, an invisible power appeared. It seemed to be able to create things out of thin air, manipulate yin and yang, and change heaven and earth. Roar! 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 The fortune origin liquid flashed and turned into spiritual beasts of different shapes and sizes. There were birds, beasts, and scales. As soon as they were born, they roared loudly and flew towards Zichen's heavenly abode. The chaos demon god used Khanate evil Qi and various Khanate Qi to create the ferocious beasts. Based on this principle, Feng Zichen used the supreme divine power of fortune origin manipulation to create the spiritual beasts in front of him with the fortune origin liquid as the core and Khanate Qi as the body. Of course, Feng Zichen's realm was far below the chaos demon gods, and his understanding of the Tao of fortune was not as good as Goddess Nuwa's. Therefore, the spiritual beasts he created only had physical forms, but no breath of life, and no true spirit. They were just a bunch of marks, and were far from being a race. Chapter 124. The essence of these spirit beasts was still the Khanate Qi of creation spiritual liquid. Their strength ranged from the Khanate realm to the golden immortal realm. The Khanate Qi contained within was equivalent to the Khanate realm. The golden immortal realm was equivalent to the Dharma power of a golden immortal. Looking at the spirit beasts scattered around Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He opened his 5 fingers and pressed towards the void. 36 rays of light containing Khanate Tao patterns appeared. This was the heavenly 36 transformations. Daluo Jingxian was the embodiment of the Great Tao. He had reached the pinnacle of the Great Tao. With such power, Feng Zichen looked at the heavenly 36 transformations again. His previous confusion disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had learned the divine powers that he had never learned before. Of course, the learned here referred to being able to use it, not to fully understand it and unleash its earth-shattering power. Thousands of great Taos, thousands of divine powers, in the end, all of them led to the same destination. As the saying goes, if you master one, you master all. The 36 rays of light were like flowing water. They swam in the air above Zichen's grotto heaven for a while before exploding and turning into specks of fluorescent light. They floated down like rain and merged into the spirit beasts' bodies. Roar! After absorbing the fluorescent light, the spirit beasts roared in pain. Their bodies glowed, and runes intertwined to form small divine powers. After the light faded, the spirit beasts' pain disappeared. They were all excited. Some breathed fire, some spit water, some emitted lightning, and so on. Obviously, they had gained divine powers. Ha, good! Feng Zichen caught a ferocious spirit beast and felt its strength. It already had 1/10 of the ferocious spirit beast's strength. He could not help but laugh. Go! With a wave of his sleeve, Zichen's grotto heaven opened. The spirit beasts seemed to have received an order and rushed towards the entrance of the grotto heaven. Peace in the ancestral land? Waiting for death? Humph. I'd like to see how you can survive now. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and left Zichen's grotto heaven. He walked towards the ancestral temple of the humans. What? What's going on? What is this? It looks like a ferocious beast, but it does not have the baleful aura of a ferocious beast. Instead, it is filled with spiritual light. This thing came from Zichen's paradise, its clan leader. What is he doing now? Would he feel uncomfortable if he didn't cause trouble for a day? You've already become the patriarch, why don't you stop? The elders of the human clan sensed the large amount of strange auras that appeared in the human clan. While they were shocked, they walked out of their rooms and looked in the direction of Zichen's fairyland. The spirit beast was extremely fast. It didn't take long for it to reach the nearest human tribe to Zichen's grotto heaven. With a roar, it charged over. Not good. Seeing this, one of the elders was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly stretched out a giant hand and slapped towards the ferocious beast. In order to become an elder of the human race, one had to at least reach the realm of Tai Jingxian. It was a pity that the spirit beast was only at the Xian immortal realm. How could it resist the divine powers of the elders of the human clan? With just one blow, the spirit beast was smashed into pieces. It turned into connate chi and dissipated, leaving behind a drop of spiritual liquid of creation shining with colorful brilliance. It's the spiritual liquid of creation. Exclaiming softly, a touch of joy appeared on the face of the elder of the human clan. Obviously, he recognized the origin of the spiritual liquid of creation. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab it and was about to put it into his bag. That monster was transformed from the spiritual liquid of creation. This is good stuff. Seeing this, the rest of the people were tempted. They hurriedly attacked the other spirit beasts. Freeze! At this moment, Feng Zichen's voice came. The void suddenly froze. The people felt that they could no longer move. Their connection with heaven and earth was cut off. The divine powers that they had used disappeared quietly. Is this Daluo Jingxian? He is indeed an existence that the Tai Jingxian cannot touch. At this moment, many of the elders of the human clan felt the greatness of Daluo Jingxian for the first time. A sense of powerlessness surged in their hearts. Elders, don't attack. I have great use for this spirit beast. I can't let you kill it. A ripple appeared in the void. Feng Zichen walked out from it. At the same time, the void resumed its flow. The shackles on the elders were also lifted. Spirit beast? Is this beast called a spirit beast? Why have I never heard of it? As soon as he could move, Guyue asked doubtfully. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. This is the first time this beast appeared in the untainted land. It is not a living creature, but a form of connate chi. I created it to train the human clan. Feng Zichen smiled and explained. Another form of connate chi? Guyue nodded doubtfully. Suddenly, he reacted and said loudly, train the human clan? Is this how you train the human clan? You didn't even say a word and directly sent an army of spirit beasts to attack the human clan? Aren't you afraid that our clansmen will be killed by these spirit beasts? Elder, please don't worry. You are so anxious that you are confused. This place is protected by the boundary set by the goddess. Our clansmen will not be in danger. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a scream was heard. A human was killed by a spirit beast. You. Seeing this scene, the elders' faces changed wildly. They pointed at Feng Zichen and were speechless. Don't panic. This person is fine. Elders, take a look. Feng Zichen said and pointed in the direction of the corpse. A white light flashed and the wounds on the man's body were healed. His broken body recovered and he got up from the ground. How could it be? Seeing that the man was resurrected, the crowd did not relax. Instead, their pupils shrank and they exclaimed in disbelief. What about his cultivation? The man was in the heavenly immortal realm before he died, but after he was resurrected, his cultivation fell directly to the acquired realm. Thousands of years of hard work was lost in a day. At this moment, the man suddenly showed a look of horror. Obviously, he had discovered his situation. However, before he had time to think, the spirit beast came over and killed him. After a while, he was resurrected and killed again. Until one of the elders could not stand it anymore and killed the spirit beast, he was saved. However, his cultivation could not be recovered. After a while, Guyue asked Feng Zichen, Patriarch, what is going on? What about his cultivation? It's like what you saw. He was killed by the spirit beast. Although he won't die, he can't keep his cultivation. If you want to continue to live forever, you have to cultivate again. Feng Zichen curled his lips and said the cruelest words in the most indifferent tone. But this is too cruel. Thousands of years of hard work turned into flowing water in a day. How many people can bear it? This is worse than death. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Cruel? Terrible? The untainted land was crueler and more terrible than this. Chapter 125. The ancestors' land is too safe, without the slightest danger. That's why they are so dispirited and have no desire to improve themselves. Aren't they unwilling to leave the ancestors' land? Then let's do as they wish and let them stay. I'd like to see if they can still be as indifferent as before now that the ancestors' land is no longer safe with the threat of the spirit beasts. After the ferocious beast riot, Feng Zichen was completely disappointed with most of the clansmen in the ancestors' land. He felt that they were hopeless. If he wanted to motivate them, he would have to use extreme means. He didn't believe that in the face of something more terrible than death, these clansmen could still maintain the idea of muddling along and waiting for death without making any changes. But the human clan elder wanted to say something, but Feng Zichen waved his hand and interrupted impatiently, "No buts. The tragedy of the ferocious beast riot is still in front of us. You elders haven't learned your lesson yet. Do you want it to happen again? Then we'll do as the patriarch says." Thinking of the past, everyone was speechless for a moment. After a while, they made up their minds and said, "It's good that the elders can understand." Seeming to realize that his tone was a little harsh, Feng Zichen eased up a little. He tried to use a gentle tone and patiently explained to everyone, "Every spirit beast here contains a drop of spiritual liquid of fortune in its body. Depending on its cultivation, the amount of spiritual liquid of fortune in it is different. The higher the cultivation, the more spiritual liquid of fortune in it. After the clansmen kill the spirit beasts, they can take the spiritual liquid of fortune in it to cleanse their muscles and marrow to improve their physique and strengthen their origin. In this way, it can not only serve to sharpen the clansmen, but also allow them to obtain opportunities. It's killing two birds with one stone. If they are unfortunately killed and lose their cultivation, they can start over. It can make up for their foundation. With the previous experience, they may be able to take a step forward. Patriarch is right." Everyone rolled their eyes and said in unison. Cultivating from scratch was never a problem. The problem was the sudden loss of strength. If he couldn't adapt to this feeling, he couldn't even enter a meditative state, let alone cultivate. However, everyone only thought about it in their hearts and did not say it aloud to expose Feng Zichen. For the human race, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Thus, some sacrifices were acceptable. With the current situation of the human race, it will take at least 300 years to suppress this wave of spirit beasts. Glancing at the current situation of the human race, Feng Zichen made some calculations in his mind, then turned to the elders and suggested, "Let's do it. Elders, why don't you stay with me in the ancestral temple during this period of time? Let's see how many of our human children can stand out in this tide of spirit beasts." Good. Everyone nodded and followed Feng Zichen to the ancestral shrine. "Come, elders, take a look." Inside the ancestral shrine, Feng Zichen waved his sleeves and a huge light screen appeared, displaying the scene of the human race in front of everyone. I haven't been in charge of the human race for a long time, so I don't know much about the current talents of the human race. Elders, please introduce them to me. Pointing at the light screen, Feng Zichen said to everyone with a smile. "Patriarch, you must be joking. In front of you, who can be called a talent?" An elder smiled and said. He was not flattering Feng Zichen. Everyone present had watched him grow up, so they naturally understood Feng Zichen's talent very well. It was truly rarely seen in their lives, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was unparalleled since ancient times. Although there aren't any talents like you, there are still a few good juniors who have a trace of your demeanor when you were young. Another elder stroked his beard and said with a smile. "Well, who are they?" Elders, please introduce them to me. Feng Zichen's eyes lit up and he said to everyone with interest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I plan to select a few outstanding people and accept them as my disciples to inherit the fiend god orthodoxy. After all, the fiend god orthodoxy has been passed down in the human race for so many years, but I haven't accepted any disciples yet. It's not appropriate to show that I am the orthodox one. Oh. Patriarch, are you going to accept disciples? Xuantingshi suddenly stood up, walked quickly to Feng Zichen, pointed at a figure on the light screen and said, "That's right. Patriarch, please take a look. This person is called Tree. He is the most outstanding member of our younger generation. Although he is far from being as outstanding as you, he can be called a rare talent. His understanding of the Tao of wood is far beyond ordinary people. He has touched a trace of the mysteries of creation and has a bright future. Patriarch, please take a look and see if this person is qualified to be your disciple." Feng Zichen looked at the light screen and saw a burly man surrounded by green light. With a wave of his hand, vines drilled out from the ground and wrapped around a spirit beast, strangling it to death. Not bad. Feng Zichen nodded and praised. When this person attacked, there was a trace of creation chi mixed in the green light. Obviously, he had awakened the creation bloodline. Moreover, he was only a little over 1,000 years old and had already reached the heavenly immortal realm. It was really rare among his peers. Patriarch, although Tree is talented, he has awakened the creation bloodline, which is not compatible with your attribute. Look at my tribe Mang. He has awakened the star bloodline and practiced the Zhoxing sword art. He is the most suitable disciple for you. Seeing Feng Zichen's satisfied expression, Feng Xiang was anxious and hurriedly pointed to the other side of the light screen and said to him, "Is that Mars?" Feng Zichen looked in the direction of Feng Xiang's finger and saw a young man with a star above his head. Red sword light surged around him and slashed at the spirit beast in front of him. The star was completely red, and fiery red light shot out in all directions, emitting a blazing aura. It was Mars Hua. As the young man attacked, wisps of connate fire chi hung down from Mars, increasing the power of the red sword light. This kid is not bad. He has gained the favor of Mars. If he can refine Mars in the future, it won't be difficult for him to become Daluo Jingxian. Feng Zichen's eyes showed a hint of joy. The human race has an endless supply of young geniuses. This is a sign of great prosperity. Patriarch, you must be joking. How difficult is it to refine Mars? Mang doesn't have the ability. I will be satisfied if he can step into the half-step Daluo realm. Feng Xiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. There were 365 main stars in the world. As long as one could refine one of them, the lowest achievement would be Daluo Jingxian realm. However, Zhoxing had long been occupied by the demons. It was difficult for outsiders to even get close to it, let alone refine it. Not to mention, there were also the heavenly cycle star gods who were wandering outside, spying on Zhoxing from time to time. Mang was just a postnatal human. What did he have to compete with them? Chapter 126. Elder, you don't have to belittle yourself. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Being able to gain the favor of Mars was a sign of fate. Perhaps in the future, Ray would soar to the skies and become a grand heavenly immortal. Clan leader, although my tribe has awakened the bloodline of the great earth, his talent is outstanding. He has comprehended the essence of creation from the myriad things in the great earth swamp. Do you think he can inherit your orthodoxy? Chief, the successor of the hidden mountain tribe, Wan Shan, was born with great strength. He has a deep understanding of the way of the earth. Do you think he can be your successor? Chief, what do you think of my tribe you? She has also awakened the bloodline of the stars. One after another, voices came into Feng Zichen's ears. It was very noisy, but he didn't get tired of it. Instead, he smiled and said to the crowd, "Elders, don't be anxious. There's still a lot of time left. I'll look at them one by one. I won't miss anyone. With so many geniuses emerging in the human race, there were already signs of prosperity. Moreover, when the elders recommended their clansmen, except for a few people, most of them didn't care about who was first or last. They just talked about talent, which showed that they didn't have any prejudice against the human race. This was a good thing. How could Feng Zichen not be happy? Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Which one should I choose? Looking at the light screen, Feng Zichen held his chin and fell into deep thought. 100 years was enough for him to look at all the clansmen recommended by the elders. To be honest, these clansmen were excellent enough. They could be called the best among their peers. Even in the spirit beast tide, their performance was remarkable. However, they lacked a certain aura. They didn't have the great spirit of being invincible. It was like they lacked spirit, which made them lose a lot of points in front of Feng Zichen. On the road of cultivation, 100 kegs competed with thousands of sails. Without the determination to press forward and the spirit of invincibility, how could one defeat countless competitors and set foot on the peak of the Great Tao? These clansmen might be able to become heroes of their time and reign supreme for a time. However, if they wanted to become the heroes of the era, dominate the era, and lead the tide of the era, without that great spirit, they would have no hope. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not very satisfied with them. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing if he should continue to choose one of them as his disciple. Suddenly, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up. He saw a tall and straight figure on the light screen. The figure was emitting a powerful aura that attracted everyone's attention. Elders, do you know who he is? Turning his head, Feng Zichen asked the crowd with a slightly excited expression. Who? Everyone raised their heads, but all they saw on the light screen was a blur of figures. They did not see the person that Feng Zichen had mentioned. However, the scene flashed by and switched to another place. Everyone, please take a look. Feng Zichen pointed at the light screen, and the scene on the light screen suddenly changed, showing a young man in white. The young man was not old. He was handsome and looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He gave people a special feeling. It was as if no matter where he was the center of everyone's attention. He was outstanding and attracted everyone's attention inexplicably. Behind the young man, a Dharma form with a dragon's head and a human's body appeared. The Dharma form was suffused with Taoist rhymes, and there was a vast sun above his head that shone brightly. Hiss. The Tao of Sun? Connate Taoist phenomenon? This young man is not simple. Who is he? I didn't expect that there would be such a talent in the human race. Why haven't I heard of him before? Seeing the young man in white, the elders were surprised. Apparently, they did not know him. At this moment, the young man in the light screen moved. He clenched his fist, and his whole body was glowing. An invisible force surged out. Although he was still in the Connate realm, he gave people a feeling that he was invincible. With a boom, the young man raised his fist and attacked a spirit beast in the spirit refinement realm. With just one punch, the spirit beast was blown to pieces. Elders, don't you know this young man? At this moment, Feng Zichen became more and more curious about the young man's origin. Judging from the purity of the young man's Connate chi, he should be a Connate human. Moreover, the Dharma form with a dragon's head and a human's body is Emperor Sui's Dharma form. Judging from this, he should be a descendant of the Feng clan. What? Patriarch, you can't even recognize a descendant of the Feng clan? Du Escher suddenly said to Feng Zichen after observing the young man for a long time. Ahem. I've been traveling all year round, so I'm not very familiar with the people of the Feng clan. I'm sorry that I've made a fool of myself, Feng Zichen explained with an awkward smile. Seeing that no one recognized the young man, Feng Xiangshi suggested, since no one can recognize him, why don't we call him over and ask him? There's no hurry. Let's wait and see. It won't be too late to call him over after the spirit beast wave ends. Feng Zichen waved his hand and stopped Feng Xiangshi, who was about to call him over. Seeing the young man's performance, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry to see him. He wanted to see how the young man would perform in the future and whether he could bring him more surprises. Boom! At this moment, the scene on the light screen changed again. A shocking murderous aura was transmitted over. Who is this young man? What a fierce aura! The figure of a young man in black appeared on the light screen. His body was surrounded by a scarlet light, and he was fighting fiercely with a spirit beast. His moves were bold and carried a majestic aura. He was unusually fierce. In just a few moves, he tore the spirit beast into pieces. Tearing a spirit beast apart? This young man is so fierce. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? This is so strange. Where did these two young men of the human clan come from? Glancing at the black-robed young man and then at the white-robed young man, the elders were puzzled by the sudden appearance of these two human skyprides. That's the 7 Kills star. In Feng Zichen's eyes, there was a dark red star shining above the young man in black's head. It was shining brightly and exuded a strong connate murderous aura. That was where the young man's murderous aura came from. No wonder he has such a strong murderous aura at such a young age. It turns out that he is favored by the 7 Kills star. The 7 Kills star was an austere star. It symbolized bravery and was in charge of killing. It was the manifestation of the way of killing in the starry sky. It was also an important star in the Ziwei galaxy. Stop guessing. The bone age of these two people is less than 100 years old. Obviously, they were born 100 years ago. It's normal that we haven't heard of them. After all, we have been in the ancestral temple for more than 100 years. At that time, they should not have been born or had just been born. Seeing the doubts in the elders' eyes, Feng Zichen explained. No wonder we've never heard of these two people before. The elders nodded as if they were suddenly enlightened. Chapter 127. 300 years later, Feng Zichen's heart stirred, and he suddenly struck a seal into the void. Instantly, the spiritual beasts that were attacking the human tribes all retreated to Zichen's grotto heaven as if they had received an order. After the spiritual beasts died, the connate chi that was scattered in the world began to gather again and flew into the 5 elements creation pool. Once the new creation spiritual liquid was born, the spiritual beasts could appear in the world again. After doing all this, Feng Zichen walked out and said to the crowd, "Elders, this is the end of the spiritual beast wave. It's time for us to go out and take a look." However, just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. He continued to speak to the crowd. In addition, every 100 years, there will be a small wave of spiritual beasts attacking. Every 1,000 years, there will be a large wave of spiritual beasts attacking. The small wave of spiritual beasts is specially prepared for the people who have not reached the immortal path. Therefore, when the time comes, I hope that you can restrain your subordinates and not let the immortals who have achieved the heavenly immortal path help the people to survive this disaster. As for the large wave of spiritual beasts, the scale will be the same as this one. I have prepared it for the people of the ancestral land. When the time comes, please stay in the ancestral temple. At this point, Feng Zichen's tone suddenly turned cold and he warned the crowd, "If I find out that anyone has violated this order and attacked without permission, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yes. We understand. This matter concerned the future of the human tribe. Everyone knew the severity of the matter and would not go against Feng Zichen's order and attack without permission. Standing outside the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen looked out and saw the entire human tribe. Not bad. It's a little better than what I expected. In this wave of spiritual beasts, many people were killed by the spiritual beasts and lost their cultivation. However, more people obtained opportunities and used the creation spiritual liquid to cleanse their bodies and strengthen their foundations. At the end of the day, Feng Zichen's main purpose of creating spirit beasts was to give his people an opportunity, but they had to rely on their own abilities to obtain the opportunity. The strength of spirit beasts was far inferior to that of ferocious beasts. In fact, it was even inferior to the strength of most of the clansmen. As long as one focused, it would not be difficult to kill spirit beasts. As for the clansmen who were killed by the spirit beasts, as long as they weren't unlucky enough to be attacked by a spirit beast whose cultivation base far exceeded theirs, or were besieged by a large group of spirit beasts, they could only be said to be useless and hopeless. Feng Zichen wasn't going to care about them anymore. He was going to let them fend for themselves. The only one who could save them was himself. Feng Hen, go to the Feng clan and bring these two people to me. After a while, Feng Zichen thought of the two young men of the human clan. He transmitted his voice to Feng Hen in the distance. 200 years had passed, and Feng Zichen naturally knew the origins of the two youths. They were both from the Feng family. Feng Hen, on the other hand, was the current leader of the Feng family. Naturally, the images of the two youths appeared in front of Feng Hen. Feng Hen, who was about to refine the spiritual creation liquid, suddenly saw the two figures in front of him. His expression changed drastically. Then, he heard Feng Zichen's voice. He heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Yes, clan leader, I'll do it right away." With that, he didn't have time to refine the spiritual creation liquid and immediately headed to the Feng clan to fetch the two youths. Jia Yuxiong. What an amazing name. Feng Zichen muttered to himself as he returned to the ancestral temple to wait for the two youths. Clan leader, I've brought them here. 3 days later, Feng Hen brought 2 men and a woman to the ancestral temple. He looked troubled as he shouted into the temple. Come in together. Feng Zichen laughed in his heart as he casually opened the temple door. Clan leader, it's not my fault, it's... Feng Hen pointed at the young girl beside him as if he wanted to explain something to Feng Zichen. Alright, I already know about this, it's not your fault. Feng Zichen waved his hand and interrupted him. You may leave first. Yes, clan leader. Seeing that Feng Zichen didn't blame him for bringing an extra person, Feng Hen's troubled expression disappeared. He bowed again and left. What are your names? Feng Zichen asked the 3 youths after Feng Hen had left. Jia of the Feng clan, greets the clan leader. The youth in white bowed and said. Xiong Hui, of the Jiang clan, greets the clan leader. The youth in black and the uninvited girl were siblings. After Feng Jia, they also bowed to Feng Zichen. Heroes of the ages, heroes of all ages? After seeing the two of them with his own eyes, Feng Zichen seemed to see 2 rays of light from them that illuminated the past and the present, eternally immortal. In a trance, 2 earth-shattering figures appeared before Feng Zichen. One of them seemed to be the center of the heavens, and the world revolved around him. Wherever he went, that place would be the focus. He was dazzling and emitted endless light that covered all other light in the world. One of them was peerlessly domineering, and his heroic spirit soared to the heavens. The image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared under his feet, and a murderous aura overflowed from his body as if he wanted to kill everything. On their bodies, the fate of humanity gathered, and the power of will flowed. The prayers of tens of thousands of people resounded, as well as countless calls, forming 2 grand voices, heroes. Heroes. After a long while, Feng Zichen came back to his senses. When he looked at the 2 of them again, all the strange phenomena had disappeared, as if everything was an illusion. Of course, this was not an illusion. This was a hint from the fate of humanity, telling him that these 2 were the children of fate born from the fate of the human race, and they bore the mission of bringing prosperity to the human race. So, this is the origin of heroes and heroes. In order to commemorate them, the later generations called the outstanding people of our race heroes and heroes. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood some things. Heroes and heroes were originally 2 ordinary words, but because of the existence of these 2 people in front of him, they were given extraordinary meanings, and became extraordinary. They were no longer ordinary, and would affect the future generations for countless years. Is this history? And so on and so forth. In the future, behind each and every word that represented a special meaning, there was probably a great power hidden behind each word. What about that little girl? Why does she give me a special feeling? Retracting his gaze from Jiang Xiong and Feng Jie, Feng Zichen looked at Jiang Hui. No matter why she appeared here, since she was here, it meant that she was fated to be with Feng Zichen. However, Feng Zichen did not find anything special about her. With the sun and moon appearing in his eyes, Feng Zichen used the sun-moon divine gaze and looked at Jiang Hui. There is indeed a problem. Under the gaze of the sun-moon divine gaze, Feng Zichen found that Jiang Hui was shrouded in a layer of fog, completely concealing her secrets. Chapter 128. Open. In a split second, time and space froze as two godly rays shot out from Feng Zichen's eyes, shattering the mist that shrouded Jiang Hui. An indescribable radiance emerged. It was extremely dazzling, as if there were thousands of colors flowing around. It was the light of wisdom. It could enlighten all living beings, enlighten all living beings, enlighten all living beings, enlighten all Daos, and explain the truth of heaven and earth. The light of wisdom. After seeing the truth behind the mist, a bigger question appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. Jiang Hui is just an ordinary human. How can she have the light of wisdom? The light of wisdom was a product of the Tao of wisdom. It contained the mysteries of wisdom. It was as mysterious as the Tao of destiny. It was controlled by the heavenly Tao and was forbidden from prying into it. I'd like to see who you are. Curious about Jiang Hui's background, Feng Zichen took a deep look at her. Dazzling purple light shot out from his body, forming a river of stars. Then, the sun, moon, and stars were born. Zhouxing was manifested. A purple star rose slowly. It suppressed the endless space and ruled over Zhouxing. It was the ruler of the stars. Ziwei Star. Turn. The innate Tao language sounded, and under the lead of Ziwei Star, Zhouxing started to turn according to an unknown trajectory. A huge power came, following the light of wisdom on Jiang Hui. It chased after the past, trying to see through the secrets of the past. Is that an innate spiritual treasure? Strange and bizarre images flashed in front of Feng Zichen's eyes, and in the end, he saw a gem shining with the light of wisdom being bombarded by the destructive lightning. The power of the heavenly Tao. Looking at the destructive lightning, Feng Zichen felt a chill down his spine. Without thinking, he knew that this was the power of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was destroying an innate spiritual treasure. How unbelievable was that? Amidst the rumbling of thunder, the wisdom gem shattered, and an innate inextinguishable spiritual light surrounded by chaotic baleful aura appeared. More than half of its body had already turned pitch black. Clearly, this innate spiritual treasure derived from the Tao of wisdom had been corrupted by the Chaos Demon God. Judging from the heavenly Tao's hatred for the Chaos Demon God, it would not allow such a thing to exist. In just a short moment, the connate indestructible spirit light that had been corroded by the chaotic baleful chi was shattered and obliterated by the heavenly Tao. It could not be said that it was completely obliterated. A small part of the innate indestructible divine light that had not been eroded was unexpectedly preserved. After wandering in the untainted land for countless years, it somehow fell into the body of a woman of the human tribe and gave birth to two divine fetuses. This was the origin of Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui. Jiang Xiong was the inextinguishable innate inextinguishable by the Tao. Jiang Hui was formed from the wisdom Tao of the innate indestructible divine light. Thus, she was extremely intelligent and was naturally close to the Tao. Jiang was the heavenly Tao, was the heavenly Tao. Was the heavenly spiritual innate. Is the heavens. He, he's, he of, he's, he, time and the time. Were the time, were the time, time and time and time and were time and time and time and were time. Are you all willing to acknowledge me as your master? After staring at the three for a while, Feng Zichen said slowly under their anxious gazes. Disciples Feng Jie, Jiang Xiong, and Jiang Hui pay our respects to master. Overjoyed, they hurriedly bowed. Feng Zichen was a legend in the human tribe. It was the dream of many humans to be his disciple. The three of them were pleasantly surprised, but they also found it hard to believe. How could they refuse to accept him? Very good, get up, There are not many rules in my sect. You don't need to be too restrained. As he spoke, a gentle force came and lifted the three of them up from the ground. As my disciples, you should take it as your duty to make the human tribe prosper. You can't deceive your master, destroy your ancestors, kill your fellow disciples, humiliate your fellow disciples, or kill your fellow disciples. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished. Do you understand? After the three of them got up, Feng Zichen said solemnly. Yes, master. We will bear it in mind and dare not disobey you. They said in unison. It's good that you understand. Feng Zichen nodded and waved his sleeves. 3 balls of light appeared in the air. Each of them was wrapped in a spiritual treasure. There was a mirror, a sword, and a hairpin. Feng Jia, I'll give you this bright sun divine mirror. It's for your protection. Feng Zichen pointed at one of the balls of light. A golden mirror flew out, exuding pure qi of the sun. It was engraved with dragon patterns and fell into Feng Jia's hand. This mirror was formed by the ancestral dragon's reverse scale and the sun spirit. Although it's only a lower grade innate spiritual treasure now, it has unlimited potential. If you can find a yang divine item in the future, you can integrate it into the bright sun divine mirror to upgrade the grade of this mirror. Feng Zichen continued when he saw Feng Jia take the bright sun divine mirror. Thank you, master. At this time, Feng Jia recovered from the pleasant surprise and hurriedly thanked Feng Zichen. Jiang Xiong, I'll give you this 7-kill sword. I hope you can make good use of it. Feng Zichen waved his hand and turned to Jiang Xiong. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the hall dropped a few degrees. A reddish-gold long sword appeared slowly, exuding a strong innate murderous qi. As the cold light flickered, it was surrounded by innate metal qi, making it even sharper. This sword was made from the claws of the white tiger and integrated with the 7-kill star. It's a killing weapon. You should make good use of it. Like the bright sun divine mirror, it's also a lower grade innate spiritual treasure. If you find a metal elemental item in the future or obtain the origin of the 7-kill star, you can upgrade the grade of this treasure. Thank you, master. I promise that this sword will never be stained with human blood. Jiang Xiong took the 7-kill sword carefully and promised Feng Zichen. What a strong murderous spirit. I'll have to enlighten him in the future. He wouldn't attack the human race, which meant that he wouldn't have any qualms about using this sword against anyone other than the human race. Jiang Hui, this is the 5 Virtues Divine Phoenix hairpin. Take it and use it to protect yourself. Feng Zichen put Jiang Xiong's matter aside and said to Jiang Hui. This treasure was made from the tail feathers of the phoenix ancestor. It can open up yin and yang, define the 5 elements, and operate the 5 virtues. In the future, if you can find a corresponding innate spiritual item, you can upgrade the grade of this treasure. Not long after the phoenix ancestor gave Feng Zichen her plucked tail feathers, the other 5 elemental sacred beasts sent their origin objects over one after another. This was the reason why he gave his disciple a present. Otherwise, Feng Zichen wouldn't have been able to find 3 innate spiritual treasures, even if they were lower grade. Thank you, master. Jiang Hui took the 5 Virtues Divine Phoenix hairpin and smiled sweetly. Chapter 129. Essence is expressed in qi. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements are the same. Condensation is the gathering of qi, and qi is the master. The 5 elements of yin, yang, and qi are intricate, and each of them condenses to form. Yang becomes a man, and this is the Tao of the father. Yin becomes a woman, and this is the Tao of the mother. It is the beginning of a person, born from qi. When qi gathers to form, it intersects with qi, and then it transforms into all things, with endless changes. This was the 3 Enclosures Sutra. It was divided into 3 volumes, the Grand Mystic Pivot Sutra, the Crepe Myrtle Cave Sutra, and the Grand Mystic Mahayana Sutra. It was a Taoist sutra of connate existence, inscribed in Zhouxing. It was the supreme Taoist sutra that Feng Zichen had obtained on the North Star. After bestowing the Khanate spiritual treasure, Feng Zichen felt that their cultivation methods were too simple and crude. After some thought, he imparted this top Taoist sutra of the Great Wilderness, the Three Enclosures Sutra, to the three of them. There was no specific cultivation method in this sutra. It simply described the great Tao of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe. However, it was all-encompassing. No matter what great Tao it was, one could find a thing or two from it. This was a cultivation method that led directly to the great Tao. Anyone could gain different understandings from it. Even saints would benefit from it after fully comprehending it. This sutra is obscure and difficult to understand. It's normal that you can't understand it. It's not just you, even I don't know much about it. Therefore, you don't have to delve too deeply into it. When you have nothing to do, just take it out and recite it once. When it's time to comprehend it, you will comprehend it. After imparting the Three Enclosures Sutra to the three of them, Feng Zichen comforted them when he saw that they were frowning. It was obvious that they couldn't understand it at all. Yes, Master. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that they were too stupid to understand the sutra that Feng Zichen had imparted to them. From now on, you will cultivate on the Great Myrtle Mountain and strive to achieve immortality as soon as possible, Feng Zichen suddenly said after frowning at the three of them. Spirit refinement realm cultivation was a little low. After all, the celestial demon orthodoxy had been passed down for so many years that there was no lack of golden immortals. As Feng Zichen's disciples, they were meant to take charge of the orthodoxy in his stead. How could a mere god refinement realm cultivator face a group of arcane immortals and golden immortals? Master, what about the spirit beasts in Zichen's paradise? Can we attack them? At this moment, Jiang Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up. He was thinking about attacking the spirit beasts. You want the spiritual liquid of creation, right? It's fine. You can do whatever you want with the spirit beasts in Zichen's paradise. Feng Zichen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, moreover, if you have the ability to ascend to the peak of Ziwei Mountain, you can also use the creation spirit liquid in the 5 elements creation pool. The purpose of the spirit beast's existence was to train the human race. Not to mention them, even if any human wanted to enter Zichen's paradise to hunt spirit beasts, Feng Zichen would allow them to do so. Understood. Jiang Xiong and the other two were excited. Obviously, they had experienced the benefits of the creation spirit liquid. Seeing how happy they were, Feng Zichen could not help but pour cold water on them. However, if you are accidentally killed by the spirit beasts and lose your cultivation, don't come crying to me. Otherwise, not only will you not be comforted by me, but you will also be punished more severely. Do you understand? Don't worry, Master. This will never happen. Feng Jie smiled and said with his head held high, how can the spirit beasts kill us? When Feng Jie said this, a powerful aura surged out from his body. It shook the hearts of people, causing them to involuntarily feel a sense of awe. This was because Feng Jie was too powerful in the future. His aura distorted the endless space and time, affecting the present from the future. Very good. I look forward to your performance. Feng Zichen nodded and expressed his approval of Feng Jie. Unlike Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui, who were reincarnated as innate spiritual treasures, Feng Jie was a god's favored son who was truly born with the fortune of the human race. He was the last innate human to be born. His birth marked the end of the Holy Mother's legacy. Since then, the new innate humans born in the human race were all transformed from later on. No one was born as an innate human. He had gathered all the fortune of the innate human race. He was the last glory of the innate human race. Because of this, Feng Jie, as a human, could be compared to Jiang Xiong, who was reincarnated as an innate spiritual treasure. Alright, this matter is over. You can go back and cultivate. Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent the three to Ziwei Mountain. Born to be a man, a clean and indomitable spirit, a man of indomitable spirit. How can everything in the world go according to one's wishes? Just have a clear conscience. I'll give you these words. I hope you will remember them and use them to encourage yourselves. When the three of them landed, Feng Zichen's voice drifted over from afar. On Kunlun Mountain, Daoist Tai Ching, who was comprehending the great Tao and searching for the opportunity to become a saint, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of annoyance and woke up from his Tao comprehension. Oh. Is the poor Wei's heart in a mess? Opening his eyes, Daoist Tai Ching's eyes flashed with confusion at first. Then, he regained his clarity. He had not found the opportunity to become a saint for a long time. Even with his state of mind, he could not help but feel a little confused. However, an existence like Daoist Tai Ching had a firm Tao heart. In an instant, he severed that confusion and returned to his indifferent state. Sigh. So many years have passed. Why hasn't the poor Wei sensed the opportunity to become a saint? Sighing, Daoist Tai Ching knew that it was useless to continue cultivating in seclusion. He got up and walked out of the quiet room, left Kunlun Mountain, and traveled through the primordial world. Daoist Tai Ching began to wander aimlessly in the primordial world. He moved according to his heart, and wherever he went, he would go. If he was in a good mood, he would stop at a certain place and either preach the great Tao to the living beings there, bestow 1 or 2 pills, or leave behind Tao scriptures and mystical abilities. He was very carefree. Gradually, the depression in Daoist Tai Ching's heart reduced by a lot. His state of mind actually improved slightly, causing a trace of joy to rise in his heart. Boo-hoo! On this day, Daoist Tai Ching was traveling when he suddenly heard a cry. The cry was extremely ordinary and did not have the slightest fluctuation of Dharma powers. However, it inexplicably attracted his attention. Is it really interesting? Curious about the origin of the cry, Daoist Tai Ching could not help but walk in the direction of the cry. Grandpa, don't sleep. Wake up and open your eyes to look at me. Not long after, Daoist Tai Ching saw a human child hugging a corpse and sobbing non-stop. The cry that he heard along the way came from that human. This was Daoist Tai Ching's first time coming into close contact with a human. Oh. His organs are dried up, his body is weak, and his life source is exhausted. Daoist Tai Ching was shocked when he looked at the corpse. Chapter 130. It's really unbelievable. This human actually died because his lifespan ran out. Daoist Tai Ching was extremely experienced and knowledgeable since his debut. However, even so, it was his first time seeing someone die because his lifespan ran out. Child, don't cry. Look, isn't your grandfather fine? Daoist Tai Ching walked forward and said to the child. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the human elder who had been dead for a long time regained his vitality and opened his eyes to get up from the ground. At Daoist Tai Ching's realm, he could make all living things wither and revive with just a thought. Life and death were just between a thought, and reviving the dead was just a thought. Thank you for saving my life, old immortal. After the elder was revived, he was first confused for a moment, then he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly thanked Daoist Tai Ching. However, he was nowhere to be seen and had already left for a long time. This human is interesting. Perhaps the poor Wei should go and take a look. Daoist Tai Ching made a decision in midair and rushed towards the human tribe closest to him. The human tribe closest to this place was called Changju and had a population of hundreds of thousands. It was not a tribe that had migrated out of the ancestral land but was founded by the human clansmen outside. During the chaos of the ferocious beasts, Emperor Sui had ordered that all human immortals had to go out and kill a ferocious beast of the same realm before returning to the tribe. If they could not do it, they could not return to the ancestral land. Some of the clansmen were used to living a peaceful life and did not dare to fight with the ferocious beasts. Hence, they found a place to hide and survived the chaos of the ferocious beasts. Among these clansmen, some were unlucky and were found by the ferocious beasts and died tragically. Some were lucky and successfully survived the chaos of the ferocious beasts. They knew that even if they returned to the tribe, the clansmen would not accept them again. Hence, they settled down in the place where they hid and lived their own lives. That was how the name Changju came about. With Daoist Tai Ching's speed, even if he deliberately slowed down, he arrived here in less than 10 minutes. In the next moment, the scene in the tribe appeared in Daoist Tai Ching's eyes, causing him to frown in displeasure. Within the tribe, everyone's behavior was incomparably barbaric. Other than a few people, most of them had tattoos all over their bodies. It was normal for the strong to bully the weak, and bullying the young with age was the norm. The old, weak, sick, and disabled would fall to the side of the road without anyone looking after them, leaving them to fend for themselves. There were even some who did it out in the open without any misgivings. If it weren't for the fact that the people here knew how to start a fire and eat cooked meat, breaking away from the state of eating raw meat and drinking blood, they would be no different from the human race in the barbaric era. Speaking of which, the few people who founded the long-term tribe were all people who were just eating and waiting to die. How could they know how to manage a tribe? In the ancestral land, other than learning how to make fire, they didn't know much about etiquette, justice, integrity, or the management system. Moreover, even if they knew about this, with their lazy temperament, they wouldn't have the time to tell the tribesmen. Therefore, after establishing the tribe for less than 100 years, they began to enjoy themselves, leaving the tribe to fend for itself and not caring at all. As a result, the tribe's civilization would naturally regress, and it wouldn't be long before this tribe degenerated into the barbaric era. After frowning for a long time, Daoist Tai Ching flicked his sleeves and left for the next human gathering place. The rootless tribe was also created by the tribesmen who escaped the chaos of the ferocious beasts in the past. However, unlike the founders of the long-term tribe, the founders of the rootless tribe had always been thinking about the ancestral land of the human race and wanted to return at all times. Therefore, they were exceptionally attentive to the tribe and worked hard for it all the time, intending to develop the rootless tribe in an attempt to return to the ancestral land through this method. After their vigorous development, the civilization of the rootless tribe was clearly superior to the civilization of the long-term tribe. The tribesmen here already had a sense of shame and were all covered in clothes. They no longer acted preposterously or bullied the weak. There's such a huge difference between the two sides of the human race. Looking at the situation of the rootless tribe, Daoist Tai Ching revealed a thoughtful gaze and continued to walk to the next tribe. Because it was close to the Elephant Mountain tribe, the tribal civilization of the Yue tribe was a step closer and had a preliminary concept of hierarchy. The Elephant Mountain tribe was a tribe that moved out of the ancestral land of the human race in the past. The civilization here was undoubtedly a level higher and already had a hierarchy. Walking through one tribe after another, Daoist Tai Ching witnessed the evolution of civilization from low to high, the process of going from disorder to order. All sorts of thoughts appeared in his mind, but he could not grasp them and could not help but feel extremely depressed. The Shoyang tribe was one of the three major tribes under East City and was also a top tribe of the human race. It had the highest civilization of the human race. Arriving here, Daoist Tai Ching saw that the old had people to rely on, the young had people to take care of, marriage and funerals. Everyone had their own duties and it was a scene of prosperity. Here, Daoist Tai Ching saw the beauty of etiquette and the light of civilization. Haha! The poor way has been enlightened. My Tao has been completed. In a trance, he seemed to have grasped something and the depression in his heart disappeared. Emptiness, vast Tao runes emanated from his body and spread in all directions. A shocking aura burst out and shook the primordial world. Boundless purple chi appeared and covered the sky. Along the way, Daoist Tai Ching had accumulated too many insights. Finally, they completely erupted here at the Shoyang tribe and turned into a bright light of civilization, illuminating the path ahead for him and finding the opportunity to become a sage. At this moment, in the territory of the Shoyang mountain, where the new East City of the human race was located, Yi Ang, who was cultivating in the city lord's mansion, suddenly felt his heart clench. An indescribable feeling suddenly surged in his heart, forcing him to look up. Hiss! That's. Yi Ang's mouth was wide open as he looked into the distance with a look of disbelief. He was so shocked that he could not speak. In front of him, endless phenomena filled the air. There were Ganoderma tree 9 splendors, Cheelance dancing, Phoenix singing, and purple chi coming from the east that dyed the entire sky purple. It was extremely noble. This is the phenomenon of a sage's journey. After a long while, Eong said excitedly, "Guards! Hurry up and open the city gates. Follow me out to welcome the sage." Eong stood up abruptly and ran outside while yelling, "Wait, the arrival of a sage is such a big matter. I have to inform the clan leader." With that thought, Eong took out the Great Tao Divine painting and used its connection with the Chaos Bead to inform Feng Zichen of this matter. "Sage? Are the sages of the primordial world about to appear?" After receiving the news from Eong, coupled with the aura that shook the primordial world not long ago, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. Daoist Tai Ching is about to become a sage. Chapter 131. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zichen's figure suddenly disappeared as he rushed towards Yi City. Daoist Tai Ching becoming a sage in the human race was a huge matter that concerned the destiny of the human race. As the leader of the human race, he had to be present no matter what. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate if he did not even show his face when the destiny of the human race was in turmoil. Humph. In the void, Feng Zichen suddenly felt that the space was abnormally heavy. Following that, a huge force attacked and he could not help but groan as he fell out of the void. So powerful. Daoist Tai Ching is so powerful. After releasing his spiritual force, Feng Zichen immediately understood what had happened. With the Shouyang tribe as the center, the void within a 500,000 kilometer radius was enveloped by the powerful aura emitted by Daoist Tai Ching, sealing everything. Since the spatial divine ability failed, Feng Zichen immediately used the star escape technique and turned into a purple light that flew towards the Shouyang tribe. The Tao that can be said is not the Tao. The name that can be named is not the name. Nothingness is the beginning of heaven and earth. Being is the mother of all things. Therefore, nothingness is often used to observe its wonders, being is often used to observe its mysteries. These two come from the same place but have different names. They are both called mysteries, mysteries within mysteries, and the door of all mysteries. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. The god of grains is not dead and is called Xianping. The gate of Xianping is called the root of heaven and earth. If it exists, I won't use it frequently. When Feng Zichen arrived at the Shouyang tribe, Daoist Tai Ching had already begun preaching to everyone. It was a moral chapter that contained the power of education. It explained the truth of nature and the world, improving everyone's virtue and conduct. It did not record any cultivation method, but it was more honorable than any cultivation method because it could inspire the wisdom of all living beings. To cultivators, it could explain the truth of heaven and earth in the most common language and point to the core of the great Tao. To mortals, it could explain the principles of dealing with people through things and point to the depths of their hearts. As the saying went, Tao was born, virtue was born of animals, objects were formed, and tools were formed. Therefore, all things respected Tao and valued virtue. Tao is the most honorable, virtue is the most precious. Fu Mo's life is the most natural. Morality was related to a person's life and was especially important. 300 years later, Daoist Tai Ching stopped preaching and everyone who was immersed in the great Tao heavenly melody also woke up. Although their cultivation levels did not increase, the light of wisdom and the light of virtue shone behind their heads, causing their connection with the world to deepen and their comprehension of the Tao to take a step closer. Their future achievements would be even greater. Even Feng Zichen obtained many benefits after listening to Daoist Tai Ching's preaching. After everyone woke up, Daoist Tai Ching took out the 8 trigrams cauldron and waved his sleeve. Several types of connate spirit herbs flew out and entered the cauldron to refine pills. The connate spiritual medicine was condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Under the burning of the divine Yin fire, it gradually melted into strands of connate qi. This was called refining essence into qi. At this time, the 6 Yin divine flame became even more vigorous. The innate energy gradually gathered into a sphere, forming a golden pill. Yuan Tuachuo, golden and dazzling, released great radiance. The golden pellet had 9 apertures and was surrounded by Tao patterns. It flickered with spiritual radiance and was abnormally agile. Gradually, the image of a god appeared and sat cross-legged inside the golden pellet. It continuously breathed in the qi of heaven and earth through the 9 apertures. This was called refining qi into spirit. As a large amount of connate qi was absorbed by the god, his figure gradually condensed and then turned illusory. During the transformation, it seemed to have merged with the void. It was vast and boundless, transforming into an illusory body that was connected to the omnipresent Great Tao and manifested billions of incarnations. This was called refining the spirit into the void. A bit of connate qi was born between the god's brows. It existed before heaven and earth and came from the void. It was connected to the Tao and created all things in the universe. An immortal Tao light rose, the aura of the great Tao spread, and endless runes were born. The connate qi became stronger and stronger. The god seemed to have become the incarnation of the great Tao, sacred and mighty. This was called refining the Tao into the void. The 8 trigrams cauldron was the human body, and the connate spiritual medicine was the body's own great medicine with endless essence. Taoist Tai Ching used the method of refining the 9 revolutions golden pill to open up a new cultivation path for all living beings. With yin and yang as firewood and heaven and earth as fire, he gathered his own great medicine and refined a round golden pellet. The golden pellet gave birth to a connate yang spirit that evolved into connate qi and merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The moment the pellet was formed, the heavenly Tao suddenly sensed it and merit descended. 50% entered Taoist Tai Ching's body, 40% entered the 9 orifices golden pill, and 10% turned into light rain that fell into the bodies of everyone present. The 9 orifices golden pill obtained merit and became more extraordinary. Endless Tao was born and gave birth to all kinds of changes, causing the Tao of heaven and earth to fall and the laws of nature to rumble. It emitted an immortal and inextinguishable aura and was extremely magical. It was the essence of heaven and earth, the origin of the golden core lineage, and also its highest achievement. It was the Daluo Tao fruit. The 9 orifices golden pill had great luck and merit. There was only one of it in heaven and earth. Anyone who could refine it would immediately become the Daluo Jinxian. Taoist Tai Ching suddenly shouted. Heavens will appeared and turned into a Tao slashing saber that slashed towards him. Purple light appeared and an illusory figure walked out of Taoist Tai Ching's body. It gradually solidified and turned into an old Taoist in a bagua robe. Grand Elder of the Poor Way, greetings to me. The Taoist appeared and bowed to Taoist Tai Ching as he said. However, Taoist Tai Ching used the merit of Tao creation to sever his obsession. With that, the 3 corpses were severed and the quasi-sage realm was completely perfected. At the same time, he was also the first existence to completely sever the 3 corpses after Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Haha. You and I are one. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so polite. Taoist Tai Ching looked at Taoist Tai Ching and laughed out loud. After the 3 corpses were severed, Taoist Tai Ching felt his true spirit suddenly become clear. His body relaxed and a great sense of joy rose in his heart. In front of his eyes, the great Tao was unprecedentedly clear and close, as if it was within reach. At this moment, the primordial violet energy that hadn't moved since he obtained it had actually started to tremble on its own. The trembling conformed to the rhythm of the heavens and the earth, and it was like the heaven Tao was speaking in a low voice about all the principles of the heavens and the earth. The Poor Way is the father of Taoist Tai Ching of Pangu. Today, I feel that it is not easy for the living beings of the primordial world to cultivate the Tao. Their future is boundless. They do not know etiquette, do not know the heavenly Tao, and do not know the great Tao. I specially established Ren School to educate all living beings and make them gain intelligence so that they can understand the Tao and do moral things. With the connate cardinal treasure Taiji painting to suppress destiny and the heavenly Tao as proof, Ren School will be established. As soon as Taoist Tai Ching said that, the 3 flowers above his head and the 5 qi in his chest appeared on their own. A purple light soared into the sky, golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. The Kanate Taiji painting hung above his head. Yin and Yang Qi intertwined with each other and the Qi of morality appeared, enveloping a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Chapter 132. There was a loud bang in the void as fragrance filled the air. Boundless Xianhuang merit Qi appeared and surged into Daoist Taiching's body, intertwining with the Hongmeng purple Qi. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light erupted from his body and dyed the world purple. It was extremely gentle like flowing water and emitted an extremely noble aura. That was the merit of creation. Under the influence of the merit of education, the merit of creation also moved and merged into Daoist Taiching's true spirit. The truth of Yin and Yang appeared and the Qi of Tao was born. After a while, the Hongmeng purple Qi and Xianhuang merit Qi were all absorbed by Daoist Taiching. He seemed to have merged with all things in the world and emitted a mysterious heavenly Tao aura. A supreme pressure that was far stronger than when Yuhua became a saint erupted from his body and spread throughout the entire primordial world. When Yuhua became a saint, she only severed one corpse but Daoist Taiching severed 3. Even though the merit of teaching could not be compared to the merit of creating a person, with the addition of the merit of opening the heavens, Daoist Taiching's strength after becoming a saint was naturally stronger than Yuhua back then. Set up a sect and go through tribulations. Master of the Emperor, and Master of the King. Set up the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth, and the Tao of man reveal the hidden saint. There are a total of 1,200 lords. Contain trillions of Brahma Qi. Transform into the present and ancient times, with the 5,000 words of Tao De. Master Yin and Yang, life thunder with 9 and 5 numbers. Great sorrow and great wish, great saint and great mercy, grand supreme elder, heavenly lord of Tao De. As long as the countless living beings in the primordial world did not reach Daluo Jingxian, they all bowed in the direction of Daoist Taiching and called him the Taiching treasure Hao. That was the heavenly Tao's commendation to Daoist Taiching and conferred him the heavenly lord of Tao De. It also personally created the treasure Hao for him so that it would appear in the hearts of all living beings so that they would naturally chant it. Daoist Taiching has become a saint. At this moment, all the mighty figures in the primordial world were alarmed as they walked out of the Tao field and looked in the direction of Mount Shouyang. After Daoist Taiching became a saint, Daoist Yuqing and Daoist Shangqing who were connected to his aura also understood the opportunity to become a saint. The heavenly Tao is above. The Poor Wei Pangu Daoist Yuqing is the primordial beginning. Now that I feel that it is not easy for all living beings in the primordial world to cultivate, I specially set up a sect called Chan, following the will of the heavens, expounding the principles of the heavenly Tao and teaching according to the teachings of the talents. Anyone who is fated can join the sect. With the Kanate cardinal treasure, the Pangu banner, suppressing the providence and the heavenly Tao as proof, Chan school will be established. On Kunlun Mountain, Daoist Yuqing held the Pangu banner and announced to the sky that he had established Chan school. Instantly, a supreme pressure that was slightly weaker than Daoist Taiching's erupted and suppressed the living beings of the primordial world who had just stood up. Above the Jade Realm, there is Brahma Qi, the highest of the highest of the heavens. Yu Luo Shao Tai, Yushan Shangjing. Misty Golden Palace, limitless clear waters. Mystic Unity Qi, the predecessor of chaos. There are mysteries within the pearl. Open up the scenery of the heavens and transform the heavens. Billions of naive people are countless. Whirling Duanli Ji, returning to the 5 elements. Majestic Fan, the sect of 10,000 Tao. Daluo Yuqing, void and nature. Ultimate Tao, heavenly lord of primordial beginning. When Daoist Yuqing became a saint, the heavenly Tao conferred him the title of heavenly lord of primordial beginning. His treasure was naturally read out by all living beings. With the heavenly Tao above, the Poor Wei Pangu Daoist Shangqing is omnipotent. Today, I feel that it is not easy for the living beings of the primordial world to cultivate and do not understand the great Tao. I specially established a sect called Jie. The great Tao is 50, and the heavens have 49. Everything has a chance of survival. Today, I have established Jia School to obtain a chance of survival for all living beings. There is no discrimination in education. Anyone who has the heart of the Tao can join the sect. With the Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the immortal vanquishing sword array, suppressing the providence and the heavenly Tao as proof, Jia School will be established. Daoist Shangqing, who was traveling in the Eastern Sea, also established the Jia order to prove his Tao and become a saint after his two elder brothers established a sect to become saints. Swoosh, the moment the celestial slaying sword formation appeared, endless fiendish aura surged out and engulfed the entire primordial world, causing all living beings to be terrified. Even Daluo Jingxian felt his hair stand on end. However, although the celestial slaying sword formation was the strongest, it did not have the ability to suppress fate. Compared to the fate of the humans and Chan school, it was much dimmer. Moreover, under the influence of the fiendish aura, a blood-red color appeared in the fate, burying a hidden danger for the decline of the future generations. In the Shangqing realm, known as Lord Lingbao. Ancestral tribulation, more than 99,000 Brahma Chi. Crimson script glows, 668 true words. Due to the crimson script of the primordial chaos, the 9 heavens opened. The epic cave is divided into 5 tribulations. The heavenly Tao, the majestic sect of creation. Cardinal Yin Ji Yang, the ancestor of lightning, great sorrow and great wish, great sage and great benevolence. Daoist Yu Chen, heavenly Lord Lingbao. Daoist Shangqing became a saint, and the heavenly Tao conferred him the title of heavenly Lord Lingbao. However, compared to Daoist Tai Ching, Daoist Yu Qing and Daoist Shangqing were obviously weaker. As the saying goes, good and evil are easy to sever, but it is difficult to understand oneself. They were all in the realm of severing 2 corpses, but Tai Ching had severed 3. As such, his strength after becoming a saint was naturally weaker. Hiss. The 3 pure ones are indeed the orthodox of Pangu, and are favored by the heavenly Tao. They have only just become saints, and have not made any achievements, but they have already been conferred by the heavenly Tao, and obtained the title of heavenly Lord. One must know that when Nuwa became a saint, she had cleaned up the ferocious beasts. With such achievements, she has not been conferred by the heavenly Tao. This can't compare. When the group of mighty figures saw the phenomenon of the 3 pure ones proving their Tao, and compared it to the phenomenon of Nuwa, they could not help but reveal strange expressions, and their thoughts were hard to understand. Tai Ching, you, in the palace of Empress Hua, Nuwa's expression could not help but turn ugly. She did not care about the heavenly Lord titles of the 3 pure ones. To a saint, these were external things that were dispensable. What she cared about was Daoist Tai Ching's attitude. Daoist Tai Ching clearly knew that she was the one who created the human race, but he did not even greet her and directly preached among the human race. What did that mean? Was he looking down on her? Or was he ignoring her? At that moment, Daoist Tai Ching, who was immersed in the joy of becoming a saint, did not know that Nuwa already bore a grudge against him. When the phenomenon of the 3 pure ones becoming saints disappeared, the mighty figures all looked towards the west. Since the 3 pure ones had already become saints, would the 2 in the west be far away? In the west, on Mount Meru, Zhun Ti suddenly said to Jia Yin, "Senior brother, the opportunity has arrived. The opportunity for us to become saints is now." "That's right, it's now." Jia Yin nodded and agreed. Seeing that the 3 pure ones had established their sect and become saints, the Hongmeng purple chi in their bodies trembled inexplicably and emitted endless Daoist rhymes. It was the opportunity for them to become saints. In the name of the heavenly Tao, Jia Yin of the Poor Way, Zhun Ti, has felt the suffering of all living beings, killing and fighting, and there is no way to transcend. Thus, I have established a sect, and I call it the West. Holding the Saraira, cultivating the immortal golden body, guiding all living beings to good, without suffering or sorrow, and passing on the way to transcend. It is a place of bliss. With the innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade golden lotus, suppressing the fate, and the heavenly Tao as the witness, the Western sect shall be established. As soon as the two finished speaking, the sky above was filled with a golden color. Endless qi of merit gathered, and it was twice as much as when Daoist Tai Ching became a saint. Chapter 133. The qi of merit stopped in the sky for a moment and suddenly split into two. It descended and surged into the bodies of Xuanti and Jia. However, without the merit of creation, how could the two of them become saints just by relying on the merit of establishing a sect? When the qi of merit entered their bodies, the aura of the two of them immediately soared. However, at the final moment of becoming a saint, the qi of merit was exhausted. The momentum of their advancement came to an abrupt end. Now that things have come to this is the only way. They knew that they could not miss the opportunity. If they missed it, they did not know how long they would have to wait for the next time they wanted to attain the Tao. The two of them looked at each other bitterly and made a decision. Sigh. In the end, we are not as lucky as the three pure ones who have the merit of creation. After sighing, Jia and Xuanti straightened their expressions. At the same time, they made a great wish to the heavenly Tao. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple loved and respected each other. There was no hatred or jealousy. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple had the same kind heart. They did not doubt other thoughts. What they wanted to say was foresight. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. When I was a Buddha, everyone in my Buddhist temple knew that their bodies were like illusions. There was no greed in their hearts. If I was not willing, I would not become a Buddha. Stuck at the juncture of Tao validation, Jia and Xuanti were helpless. They could only use the Great Wish technique to borrow boundless merit from the heavenly Tao and become saints. However, although this technique could help the two of them attain the Tao, it also caused their strength to be at the bottom of the saints. The two of them made a total of 48 great wishes before they gathered the merit to attain the Tao. Immediately, purple qi filled the sky and auspicious clouds appeared. Countless rays of light flew towards the west. Sanskrit chants sounded on Mount Meru. Golden flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Many strange phenomena occurred. The connate spiritual energy increased by several times. Jia and Xuanti sat upright on Mount Meru with a smile on their faces. They faced the eastern boundary and spoke of the great Tao mantra, describing the Tao of relics. Lotus flowers flew out with a seductive intent. Those who heard it could not help but yearn for the Western paradise. It was no wonder that the two of them were like that. In fact, their attainment of the Tao was a trick. Making a great wish was like borrowing from the heavenly Tao. However, it was not so easy to take advantage of the heavenly Tao. If they were unable to complete it, they would suffer the backlash of the heavenly Tao. At that time, not to mention losing their positions as saints, they might not even be able to keep their lives. In order to protect the position of the saint, Xuanti were bound to fulfill their great wish. They would prosper the Western sect and save the world. However, the Western sect was barren. If they wanted to rely on this place to prosper the Western sect, they would not be able to do so even if the immeasurable calamity descended. Therefore, the two of them set their sights on the east, where outstanding people lived. He wanted to cross all the fated people in the east and prosper the Western sect to fulfill his great wish. One had to know that after the great ambition was completed, the heavenly Tao would bestow rewards. The greater the ambition, the more generous the reward. Judging from the great ambition made by Xuanti, once it was completed, the reward would be unprecedented. How dare you! On the sun star, Dongwang Tai saw many demons emitting Buddhist light. Apparently, they were bewitched by the Sanskrit chants. He couldn't help but be enraged. He roared towards the west and suddenly rang the Dongwang bell. Dang! The world suddenly lost its sound. The great path fell into silence. Time and space stopped moving. Even many mighty figures lost consciousness for a short time. Only the sound of the bell echoed. After an unknown period of time, it seemed like a moment, but also like thousands of years. The world returned to normal. The vision of Xuanti and Xuanti's path confirmation disappeared. Peace was restored on the sun star. Who won? After regaining consciousness, the mighty figures were curious about the result of the battle between the two sides. They hurriedly looked at the sun star, but their eyes were full of bright white. It was Dong Huang Tai who covered the sun star. The mighty figures retracted their gazes and looked at Mount Meru. They saw Xuanti and Xuanti sitting in the void with a smile, continuing to talk about the method of condensing the Saraira. However, at this moment, their voices were only heard in the west. They could no longer reach the east. Did Tai win? Or could it be that another saint intervened? There was no doubt that the two saints of the west were at a disadvantage in this battle. Otherwise, how could they be at ease preaching in the west? However, whether it was Tai who suppressed the two saints of the west or the other saints who helped, the mighty figures lost consciousness at that time and had no way of knowing. However, they could not know, but those saints and existences who were infinitely close to being saints saw it clearly. What? How can Tai be so strong that he can fight the two saints of the west to a draw? In Empress Wa's palace, Nuwa stood up in shock and looked at the sun star in disbelief. How is that possible? Tai hasn't stepped into the realm of origin yet, but he's already so powerful. If he advances further, won't he be invincible? When the time comes, Tai and Di Jun will join forces. What will we saints do? On Mount Kunlun, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyelids twitched wildly. He had never thought that Tai would have such combat strength. He could fight the two of them alone and still not be at a disadvantage. Didn't they say that all below the saints were ants? What's wrong with Tai? Even if Xuanti and Ji Yin were the weakest saints, it shouldn't be like this. I wonder if the former number one in the primordial world can block the poor Wei's immortal slaying sword formation. On the East Sea, Tongtian's fighting spirit rose. The four immortal slaying swords seemed to sense his mood and made clanging sounds, shocking the creatures of the Sea clan within a radius of millions of miles. On the other hand, Taoist Tai Qing, who was on Mount Shouyang, was calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Senior brother, with the shamans and demons dominating the primordial world, we can't even preach, let alone prosper. What should we do? As soon as the mighty figures looked away, Xuanti frowned and said to Xuanti. Compared to losing the battle with Tai and not being able to preach, it was just a small matter. After all, the former would only lose face in front of everyone and would not lose a piece of flesh. The latter was a fatal matter. If they could not prosper the Western sect, they might really die. It's fine. From the poor Wei's point of view, the shamans and demons have deep negative karma. It's not a long-term sign, Daoist Jia Yin said, shaking his head. The shamans and demons had dominated the primordial world for many years. They had killed countless people and accumulated a lot of resentment. Their negative karma was so deep that even saints were terrified. They only needed to wait for a fuse to detonate it. At that time, the two races would not be far from decline. Xuanti followed the guidance and saw the luck of the shamans and demons. Indeed, there was a thick layer of negative karma on the luck of the two races. It was constantly eating away at the luck of the two races. Only when the negative karma completely suppressed the luck of the two races would the beginning of the decline of the two races. How long do we have to wait? It seems that we still need the poor Wei's help. Moreover, Tai is too much of a bully. The poor Wei needs to give him retribution and let him understand that saints can't be humiliated. Xuanti silently calculated the speed at which the negative karma was eating away at his luck. He immediately looked dissatisfied and looked at the sun. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 134. Greetings, Saint Tai Qing, from the Zichen clan of the human race. After all the phenomenons of Dao attainment disappeared, Feng Zichen took a step forward and bowed to Daoist Tai Qing. Clan leader of the human race? Daoist Taiching raised his head and looked at Feng Zichen with some confusion. Isn't the clan leader of the human race Swearen in my impression? When did it become this young man? Given Daoist Taiching's status, why would he pay attention to the postnatal creation of the human race? It was only when Swearen created the Daluo Jingxian that he slightly noticed and had an impression of the human race. After knowing that the clan leader of the human race was Swearen, he did not care about anything else. What a familiar aura. This aura is a Dao Destroyer. You're actually a Dao Destroyer too. This is truly incredible. Looking at Feng Zichen, Daoist Taiching was surprised to discover a familiar aura. There was a trace of aura on Feng Zichen's body that he had never noticed before. It was the aura of a Dao Destroyer that was mighty and vast, yet extremely thin and almost non-existent. If not for the fact that Daoist Taiching had just opened up the Golden Core lineage and was extremely sensitive to that aura, he would have been fooled. Starting from nothing and opening up a path of cultivation for all living beings, giving them the possibility of transcendence. Just how difficult was this? Those who could do that were all people with great wisdom. Such a person would definitely be favored by the great Tao and be blessed by providence. Looking at Feng Zichen, Daoist Taiching's eyes flashed with two divine lights that derived the principles of yin and yang, as if he could see through the past and future. At this moment, Feng Zichen had the illusion that he had been seen through. It was as if under this gaze, he had nothing to hide, and all his secrets were exposed in front of the other party. However, an illusion was ultimately an illusion. Although Dao being Taiching was strong, it was clear that Pangu was stronger. With the help of Pangu, who in the untainted land could really see through Feng Zichen. Clearly, Daoist Taiching could not do it. Under Pangu's power, everything that Feng Zichen had experienced had been modified and rearranged. The things that involved the secrets of heaven and earth had been replaced by new memories. Everything seemed so natural, as if he had experienced it himself. Even Daoist Taiching could not find any flaws in the river of time and space. The first postnatal creature born with the fortune of heaven and earth? Turning the impossible into the possible, opening up a path of cultivation for postnatal life forms in a hopeless situation. Truly shocking. Establishing human relations, promoting etiquette. Educating a clan, this is the merit of education. After looking at Feng Zichen's past, Daoist Taiching could not help but sigh. This was a person with true wisdom. Are you willing to acknowledge Poor Wei as your master? After a moment of silence, Daoist Taiching suddenly asked him. Since ancient times, those who attained the Tao all had great luck, perseverance, and wisdom. Feng Zichen had all three and had already seen a possibility of attaining the Tao. Not only did it make Daoist Taiching want to take him in as a disciple. Moreover, putting everything else aside, Feng Zichen's identity as the first postnatal life form was enough for Daoist Taiching to value him. The first connate life form in the primordial world was called Hong Jun. Even though connate life forms could not compare to postnatal life forms, their future was destined to be limitless since they were the first. Moreover, Feng Zichen also had the merit of educating people. Daoist Taiching established a sect and became a saint in the name of educating all living beings. If he took Feng Zichen as his disciple, their luck would be connected and he would be able to complete the teachings. It would be very beneficial to him. If I acknowledge you as my master, will you be willing to protect the human race? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen did not agree immediately and asked instead. Now that his wings were formed, as long as he continued to move forward, Daluo Jingxian would be within reach. He was confident that he could even become a quasi-saint and did not need anyone's protection anymore. Therefore, he was not very interested in acknowledging Daoist Taiching as his master. Now, he was more concerned about the future of the human race. The saints had already appeared and the demon race's massacre of humans was not far away. In such a short period of time, no matter how hard the human race worked to develop, it would be impossible for them to have the strength to resist the demons. After all, even the saints had to avoid facing the demons who were sitting on Zhouxing's luck, let alone the small human race. Therefore, he had to prepare a way out for the human race in advance for the future. If Daoist Tai Ching was willing to protect the human race, it would not matter if he acknowledged him as his master. This. Daoist Tai Ching hesitated for a moment and did not know how to answer. After advancing to a saint, his vision had been infinitely improved and he could see the future more clearly. Naturally, he could see that the human race would face a great calamity in the future that was close to extinction. That calamity came from the demons and was vaguely related to the saints. That was precisely why Daoist Tai Ching was hesitant. In order to protect the human race, he had to offend two forces at the same time. Even if he was not afraid, it was still very troublesome. A small human race was not worth his attention. Although Daoist Tai Ching had comprehended the opportunity to become a saint in the human race, he had established Ren School in order to educate all living beings of the human Tao and the primordial world, not just the human race. He had created the Golden Core Tao for all the postnatal living beings in the future, not just for the human race. He did not have a deep relationship with the human race. It made sense. If Daoist Tai Ching could become a saint just by educating the human race, with the current strength of the human race, they would have been divided up by many mighty figures long ago. No one would be able to protect them. As for why Ren School would control the destiny of the human race in the future, according to Feng Zichen's guess, Daoist Tai Ching should have tied Ren School to the chariot of the human race when he saw that the human race was about to become the main character of the world. The human race was created by junior sister Nuwa. She will naturally protect them. As an outsider, Poor Wei can't interfere. However, if you're willing to acknowledge Poor Wei as your master, Poor Wei will naturally protect you. After a long while, Daoist Grand Pure One rejected with a troubled expression. However, at the same time, he also expressed his intention to protect Feng Zichen. Now that I think about it, the human race is related to Goddess Nuwa. Why didn't you think of it when you were preaching the Tao? While thinking this, Feng Zichen said, then I can only refuse the saint's kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zichen was afraid that such a straightforward rejection would cause Daoist Tai Ching to be displeased. Hence, he hurriedly explained. When I was young, I once received the teachings of Goddess Nuwa. If I want to acknowledge her as my master now, I have to obtain her consent first. In that case, upon hearing Feng Zichen's words, Daoist Tai Ching was in a difficult position. He had just offended Nuwa. If he rashly accepted Feng Zichen as his disciple now, they would probably fall out completely. Ah. In that case, it seems that your fate with Poor Wei has yet to come. Let's talk about taking in disciples in the future. Daoist Tai Ching sighed and said regretfully. Chapter 135. Even though he said that, Daoist Tai Ching already had an idea. In the future, as the leader of the human race, Feng Zichen would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity of the human race and would be in danger of dying. At that time, he would protect Feng Zichen's life and take him in as a disciple. Nuwa would not say anything either. Thank you for your kindness, Saint. No matter what Daoist Tai Ching's intentions were, he had already expressed his goodwill and Feng Zichen would naturally not be tactful. There's no need for that. Although you're not fated to be with Poor Wei, you're still fated to be with her. Poor Wei will give you some benefits. After thinking for a moment, Daoist Tai Ching took out a pearl that was shrouded in flames and handed it to Feng Zichen. This treasure is useless in Poor Wei's hands, so I'll give it to you for self-defense. This is the fire spirit pearl? As soon as the treasure appeared, the chaos bead in Feng Zichen's body sensed it and he could not help but exclaim. That's right. This treasure is the connate fire spirit pearl that contains the fire spirit of the heavens and can burn everything. It's a superior grade connate numinous treasure. Accept it. Daoist Tai Ching nodded with a smile and urged. Then. I'll accept it shamelessly, Zichen. To others, this item might be a rare treasure, but to Daoist Tai Ching, it was something that he could do without. Coupled with the fact that Feng Zichen indeed needed this item, he did not decline and stepped forward to receive it. As for this elixir. After Feng Zichen accepted the connate fire spirit pearl, Daoist Tai Ching looked at the 9 orifices golden core and the 8 trigrams furnace and fell into deep thought. The 9 orifices golden core was the source of the golden core Tao. It contained great merit and providence and could create a Daluo Jingxian out of thin air. Feng Zichen looked at the elixir and was extremely tempted. Forget it. The gold core Tao was born in the human race and is innately entangled with the human race. In the future, we will have to rely on the human race to prosper. The poor way will leave this gold core to the human race. After deducing for a moment in his heart, Daoist Tai Ching realized that the golden core Tao was deeply entangled with the human race. Hence, he waved his sleeve and sent the 9 orifice golden core into Mount Shouyang before disappearing. I'll leave the 9 orifice golden pill on Shouyang Mountain and await the fated one, Daoist Tai Ching said to everyone after he was done. Thank you, sage, for your kindness. Everyone bowed emotionally. That was a Daluo Dao fruit. If they obtained it, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound and become the Daluo Jingxian. How could they not be excited? This matter is over. The poor Wei should return to Kunlun Mountain. Daoist Tai Ching waved his hand and lifted everyone up. His figure slowly disappeared and he returned to Kunlun Mountain. Farewell, sage. The crowd dispersed after bowing in the direction where Daoist Tai Ching disappeared. Clan leader, that's a sage. He's the top existence of the primordial world and he wants to take you in as his disciple. How could you refuse? What are you thinking? After Daoist Tai Ching left for a while, Yang asked Feng Zichen with a puzzled expression. It was a great thing to have a sage as his master. He really could not understand why Feng Zichen would refuse. You don't understand. Feng Zichen shook his head and did not explain anything to Yang. Daoist Tai Ching had already angered Nuwa by coming to the human race to preach. If he became Daoist Tai Ching's disciple, what would Nuwa do? By then, Daoist Tai Ching might not be afraid of Nuwa's anger, but his position as the clan leader of the human race would be unstable. Moreover, Daoist Tai Ching's strength was unfathomable. If he became Daoist Tai Ching's disciple, he would have to stay under his nose for a long time. In that case, Feng Zichen was not confident that he could hide his secrets completely. Hence, Feng Zichen did not dare to acknowledge him as his master. However, the sage was almost omniscient and omnipotent. If he dared to say anything bad about them, he would definitely be sensed by the sage. By then, there would be trouble. By the way, Yang, you're a connate human and you cultivate the cultivation technique passed down by Emperor Sui. It's similar to the golden core Tao. You can switch to this cultivation technique and go to Mount Shouyang to try your opportunity. Seeing that Yang still wanted to say something, Feng Zichen hurriedly changed the topic. In the current human race, most of the postnatal humans cultivated the God-fiend Tao and gradually became the mainstream. They might not be interested in the golden core Tao. On the other hand, connate humans cultivated qi refinement techniques that were similar to the golden core Tao. Hence, it was extremely easy to switch to this cultivation technique. It's not that simple. At my realm, I've basically determined my Tao path. How can I change it just like that? Besides, if I had a great opportunity, I wouldn't have been forced to abandon the city by the ferocious beasts. I'm afraid I'm not fated with this pill. Yang shook her head. She was not optimistic about her chances of obtaining the 9-hold golden pill. That's right. At your realm, you've already begun to look forward to Daluo. It's not easy to change your Tao foundation. However, if you have nothing to do, you can try to figure out the golden core Tao. After all, it's a sage's personal disciple. It contains the truth of the great Tao. Even if you don't cultivate it, you can still get a lot of benefits by looking at it every day. It can make up for the shortcomings of your cultivation technique. Now that Feng Zichen had the vision of Daluo, his understanding of the great Tao became more thorough. Naturally, he could guide the cultivation of these Tai Jingxian. I'll remember it. Yang nodded and said. Today, the 5 sages have come out together. It's really a grand occasion in the untainted land. I'm sure that in the next tens of thousands of years, the untainted land will usher in a golden age of cultivation. You arrange the affairs in the city and go cultivate well. Strive to become Daluo Jingxian as soon as possible to strengthen the fate of the human race. Feng Zichen looked at the sky and said leisurely. Daluo Jingxian? It's easy for you to say. I'll be satisfied if I can become a half-step Daluo. I don't dare to dream of becoming a Daluo Jingxian. Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Yang was speechless. People always have dreams. What if it comes true? Feng Zichen's figure gradually faded. Well, I'll stop chatting with you. So many things have happened in the untainted land. I should go back and comfort my people. It's your own business. But remember, if you don't believe that you can become a Daluo Jingxian, then you definitely can't become a Daluo Jingxian. To become a Daluo Jingxian, the first condition is self-confidence. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. Self-confidence? Yang murmured and fell into silence. The world has really changed. Flying in the air, Feng Zichen could clearly feel that the world had changed with the birth of the sages. The Khanate Qi was gradually thickening, the void was more stable, and the laws of heaven and earth were perfected. They were incomparably active and easier for cultivators to perceive. The whole world presented a scene of prosperity. But Feng Zichen knew that this was only temporary. With the perfection of the heavenly Tao, it would be extremely difficult for people to perceive the laws of heaven and earth. The current activity of the laws of heaven and earth was the aftertaste of the sage's Tao. It would not last long. Chapter 136. It seems that I have to reach the Daluo Jingxian realm as soon as possible. Knowing that the cultivation environment in the primordial world would become difficult after tens of thousands of years, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little impatient. With the help of the fate of the human race, Feng Zichen's progress could be said to be rapid. He was now not far from the Daluo Jingxian. What he lacked was nothing more than accumulation. After all, apart from comprehending the great Tao, cultivation was also a process of accumulation. He had to constantly polish his Tao and increase his maturity. He had cultivated for less than 50,000 years. Compared to the Tai Jingxian who had lived for millions or tens of millions of years, his accumulation was too little and his maturity was slightly insufficient. Even though Feng Zichen had the Daluo Jingxian realm, his maturity was insufficient. His origin was too thin and was not enough to support him. Breaking through to the Daluo Jingxian realm made people feel a little helpless. Time, what I lack the most now is time. Unfortunately, I've never heard of any time mystic realms in the primordial world that can accelerate my time. Otherwise, I can use this to quickly step into the Daluo Jingxian realm and save hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. To break through to the Daluo Jingxian realm required a long time of accumulation. Even if Feng Zichen was anxious, there was nothing he could do about it. Of course, not all living beings needed to accumulate. At the very least, innate god fiends did not need to. They were originally formed by the innate origin. When their cultivation level reached a certain level, they would naturally advance. If innate god fiends were treated the same as ordinary living beings, how could they live up to their title of biological son of the heavenly Tao? How could they set off their special status? Suiren had only cultivated for 100,000 years more than Feng Zichen, but he had been able to reach the Daluo Jingxian realm earlier. It was because he was the first person that Nuwa had created. He had poured in Nuwa's blood, sweat, and tears. His innate origin was extremely dense and was not inferior to the innate god fiends. Therefore, he did not need to accumulate. He could break through to Daluo Jingxian as soon as his cultivation level reached a certain level. After returning to the human race, Feng Zichen first checked on the situation of the human race. Seeing that nothing major had happened, he sent out his divine Tao incarnation to handle the affairs of the human race for him. As for himself, he returned to Zichen's grotto heaven to absorb the innate qi and condense his origin energy. He wanted to break through to the level of Daluo Jingxian as soon as possible. On this day, after Feng Zichen failed to communicate with the world tree in the chaos bead, he tried to suppress it and forcefully extract its connate origin. However, he was interrupted by two powerful auras. Poor Wei, Daoist Yuqing of Kunlun Mountain, will open the mountain gate today. Anyone who is fated to come to the front of the Jade Palace can be a disciple of Poor Wei. Poor Wei's Daoist Shangqing of Kunlun Mountain will open the mountain gate today. Anyone who wants to pursue Taoism can head to Kunlun Mountain and become Poor Wei's disciple. Humph. You're lucky this time. After I'm done with this, I'll teach you a lesson. Feng Zichen glared at the world tree and left for the ancestral temple. After returning to the human race for less than 100 years, Feng Zichen was already tired of the process of collecting innate qi. He couldn't help but come up with an idea. He was only missing 9 innate essences to reach the level of Daluo Jingxian. Why did he have to condense them bit by bit? He could just take them and refine them. In the Eldritch Wilderness, the innate gods and demons were the ones with the most abundant innate essences, followed by the various innate spiritual treasures, and lastly, the innate living beings all over the Eldritch Wilderness. However, Feng Zichen couldn't just go on a killing spree and kill innate gods and innate beings for the sake of condensing the innate origin, could he? This was not in line with his original intention, so he couldn't do it. As for the innate spiritual treasures, each of them was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. Moreover, Feng Zichen's innate spiritual treasures were all very useful. How could he be willing to destroy them and take their essences? After thinking for a while, he turned his attention to the world tree. What was more suitable than the world essence to refine the innate essences? Moreover, he'd put in a lot of effort to raise the world tree, but the benefits he'd gained from it could be counted on one hand. On the other hand, the world tree had gained a lot from him. It shrank back when something bad happened and disappeared. But it was always the first to appear when something good happened. To be honest, Feng Zichen had tolerated it for a long time. Now, Feng Zichen wanted to borrow some of the world essence from the world tree, but after a long discussion, the world tree refused. He was furious. If he didn't teach it a lesson, it would really think he was the boss. All golden immortals of the human race, come to the ancestral temple at once. His voice was loud and spread throughout the human race, ringing in the ears of every human golden immortal and summoning them to the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, Feng Zichen sat on the main seat and looked at the immortals below. Everyone, now that the primeval Lord of Heaven and the primeval Lord of Numinous Treasure have opened their doors and are recruiting disciples from the primeval world, I want you to go to Kunlun Mountain to try your luck. What do you think? We have no objections. It's just that we humans are born weak. I'm afraid that even if we go to Kunlun Mountain, the saints won't take us seriously. Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before replying to Feng Zichen. They knew their own situation. As a race born after birth, even if they were personally created by the saints, they couldn't be compared to the other innate races except for their appearance that resembled the connate Dao aptitude. Moreover, many of those who went to Kunlun Mountain to seek a master were probably connate god fiends. If they went to seek a master, the saints wouldn't take them seriously. Don't worry about this. Didn't the primeval Lord of Numinous Treasure say that anyone who has the heart to seek the Dao can become his disciple? Even if you can't become his true disciple, it's your blessing to be an in-name disciple and listen to his teachings. Alright, if there are no objections, you should leave quickly so that you don't miss the time. The primeval Lord of Heaven valued his roots the most and probably looked down on the human race. Although it was said that he liked the human race, among his disciples, except for Jiang Zia, no one had heard of the human race. It was obvious that the legend was not credible. The Grand Master of Heaven taught everyone without discrimination. The chances of them joining the GS sect were very high. It was not bad to be able to get the title of an outer sect disciple. Moreover, even if they failed to become his disciples, it didn't matter. Because in the end, the 3 pure ones would each preach the Tao. All living beings near Kunlun Mountain could hear it, so that those who failed to become his disciples would not make a wasted trip. After calculating, they would only benefit from going to Kunlun Mountain to become his disciples, regardless of whether they succeeded or not. Moreover, the journey to Kunlun Mountain was long, and it could also be used to train them. With so many benefits, how could they not want it? Well, why haven't you left yet? After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen looked down and saw that everyone was still hesitating and standing there. He couldn't help but feel a little angry and sneered. Don't tell me that you don't even have the heart to seek the Tao. Seeing that he was angry, everyone hurriedly said, Patriarch, please calm down. We'll leave right away. Chapter 137. After everyone left, Feng Zichen's figure flashed, and he entered the chaos bead again. However, before he could do anything, layers of green light appeared on the Tree of World. Innate runes appeared, and the aura of the world origin flowed. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Then, the green light shook and suddenly condensed into a ball of world origin, which flowed into Feng Zichen's body. Not bad. When I become Daluo Jingxian, I'll give you a lot of benefits. This time, the Tree of World was so tactful that Feng Zichen's mood improved a lot. His hatred for it also decreased a lot. Then, divine light surged in Feng Zichen's body. Runes flashed, and the heaven and earth furnace appeared on its own. It swallowed the world origin that flowed into his body and drew in the power of heaven and earth to refine it. There was a loud boom. Flames of the way appeared and burned fiercely. It carried the power to distort the void and burn toward the world origin. Traces of green light flowed out of the world origin, turning into the purest origin energy. It kept merging into Feng Zichen's origin. It continued to grow and shorten the gap between him and Daluo Jingxian. This method is indeed feasible. Refining this ball of world origin alone is equivalent to 100,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, the truth of heaven and earth contained in the world origin has benefited me greatly. After 100 years, Feng Zichen completely absorbed the world origin and woke up from his meditation. He couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the changes in his body. As he spoke, Feng Zichen turned his gaze back to the Tree of World. A ball of world origin was equivalent to 100,000 years of cultivation. If he had a few more balls, he wouldn't be far away from becoming Daluo Jingxian. As if sensing Feng Zichen's malicious gaze, the Tree of World trembled and shrank into the center of the chaos space. Its branches and leaves swayed, expressing its grievance. Sigh. Feng Zichen sighed. He understood that the Tree of World Origin had accumulated this ball of world origin for 10,000 years. The next time he wanted to get it, he would have to wait another 10,000 years. Although the world tree could absorb the power of the endless dimensions and condense the origin, it could not do so. However, it still needed to support the 3,000 great worlds, which consumed a lot of energy. It was already not easy to squeeze out a lump of world origin, but it was impossible to take out too much. Looks like I'll have to find more chaos products in the future to accelerate the growth of the world tree. Only then will it be able to gather more world origin. The current Tree of World was still too weak. If it could truly grow up, even if it supported the entire untainted land, a mere world origin would be nothing to it. After sighing for a while, Feng Zichen returned to the Ziwei mountain and continued to breathe in Xiantian Qi. Cultivation, in the end, still required one to be able to endure loneliness. Even if he didn't like it, he had to slowly learn to adapt. Just like that, in the thousands of years that followed, Feng Zichen stayed on Ziwei Mountain, either teaching disciples, breathing in and out Xiantian Qi, or cultivating divine arts. Other than the fact that his days were a little boring, he could be considered to have lived a happy life. After all, due to the influence of the sage's Tao, the world was clear and bright. It was a great opportunity to cultivate. The experts of the various races of the untainted land were cultivating in seclusion and comprehending the great Tao. They had no time to fight again, so the untainted land once again welcomed the long-awaited peace. Roar. On this day, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, the river of destiny suddenly trembled. A ball of bright light, emitting the aura of the great Tao, slowly rose from the river of destiny and transcended it. Dragon race? This new Daluo Jinxian is actually a dragon? I didn't expect that after the ancient times, a new Daluo Jinxian would be born in the dragon race. Is the dragon race going to rise again? The change in the River of Destiny attracted the attention of some mighty figures. When they saw that the person who had attained Dao was a dragon, they all revealed shocked expressions. The birth of a new Daluo Jinxian in the dragon race undoubtedly meant that the restrictions of the heavenly Dao on the dragon race had been lifted. As the former overlord of the world, would the dragon race really be willing to guard the four seas? This aura. It's Water Dragon King. He has attained Dao. On Ziwei Mountain, sensing the familiar aura, Feng Zichen naturally understood who the person who had attained Dao was. Speaking of which, Dragon Lord has comprehended the Dao of Daluo for so long. It's normal for him to attain Dao at this time. However, calculating the time, it's not far from Ao Shue's coming of age ceremony. It's time for me to leave for the East Sea. Thinking of Ao Shue, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He instructed his 3 disciples and rushed to the East Sea. Feng Jie, Jiang Xiong, Jiang Hui, I have something to do and will leave for a while. If you have anything, go to the ancestral temple and ask my incarnation. With that, without waiting for the 3 to answer, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared from Ziwei Mountain. Although Daluo Jinxian was not as great as a sage, he could travel the entire untainted land with a thought. That was no small matter. They could place themselves outside of time. No matter how much time had passed, the outside world would always be still. Using that to travel, they could achieve the effect of teleportation. Therefore, just a moment ago, Feng Zichen was still on Ziwei Mountain, but in the next moment, he was outside of 3 Immortal Island. As for why he came to 3 Immortal Island first and not directly to the Dragon Palace, it was to prepare a gift for Ao Shue. The coming of age ceremony was a once-in-a-lifetime event. With the relationship between Feng Zichen and Ao Shue, it was not good for him to go empty-handed. However, he did not have anything good on hand that he could give. After thinking about it, he thought of a spiritual treasure on 3 Immortal Island that was very compatible with Ao Shue. As he took a step forward, his vision suddenly darkened and the void changed drastically. Innate Dao patterns intertwined and the qi of yin and yang was vast and mighty. An innate formation slowly unfolded and trapped Feng Zichen within. This was the innate yin and yang dust formation. In the formation, the yin and yang were constantly changing and the dust could turn into the universe. It was an innate formation that was personally set up by Daoist Shangqing. Feng Zichen was one with Xian Qing. The innate tripartite formation on 3 Immortal Island recognized him, but this formation did not. Therefore, as soon as he approached 3 Immortal Island, this formation treated him as an intruder and trapped him within. Daoist Shangqing had left a backup plan in this formation. Once Feng Zichen forced his way into this formation, he would definitely be sensed by it. If he were to be treated as an intruder and casually killed, it would be a joke. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the island, he could only use his wits. He took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and gently knocked it. Under the melodious sound of the bell, Feng Zichen's body distorted and immediately turned into a ball of innate yin and yang qi. He merged with the formation and rushed into the island. Back then, when the Hongmeng Daozhong was still an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, it could silently pass through the innate tripartite formation. Now, it was already an innate spiritual treasure of the highest grade. In addition, Feng Zichen's strength was not inferior to Daluo Jinxian. No matter how strong the innate yin and yang dust formation was, it was not controlled by anyone and there was no main formation item. How could it stop Feng Zichen? After a few days, he stepped onto Penglai Island. Chapter 138. Very good. This lotus seed is ripe at the right time. In the center of Penglai Island, Feng Zichen looked at the lotus seed that was surrounded by divine light on the 12th grade pure white lotus and couldn't help but smile. When Xian Qing transformed, the creation qi and connate clear qi descended and were absorbed by the 12th grade pure white lotus, forming this lotus seed. It gathered the power of creation, clear spirit, and pure white lotus and gave birth to a mysterious change. Its potential was sublimated and far surpassed the other lotus seeds. If nurtured properly, it could be a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure in the future. Unfortunately, whether it was the chaos bead or the tree of world, they were all treasures. Feng Zichen already had a hard time nurturing them, but he didn't have the energy to nurture this lotus seed. In his hands, it could only become a superior-grade connate spiritual treasure at most. But if he gave it to Ao Shui, it would be different. The dragon clan had dominated the untainted land for many years and had a deep foundation. They would definitely be able to nurture it into a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure. In this way, Ao Shui would have a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure to protect her, and Feng Zichen would be relieved. Fortunately, when Xian Qing went to Kunlun Mountain, this lotus seed was not ripe yet. Therefore, he left the 12th grade creation white lotus behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find a suitable treasure to give to Ao Shui in a short time. It would be awkward if I went to the Dragon Palace in time. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen didn't slow down. He walked to the front of the pure white lotus and reached out to pluck the lotus seed. However, after plucking the lotus seed, he didn't leave. Instead, he continued to walk forward and came to the bottom of the chaos spirit pool. There was a chaos spirit spring there that kept spewing out chaotic essence chi. The chaos spirit spring played a huge role in the extraordinariness of the three-deity island. There were pieces of black jade around the chaos spirit spring. They shone brightly and were surrounded by chaotic essence chi. Those were chaos essence stones, which were formed by chaotic essence chi. They were also the purpose of Feng Zichen's visit. The Water Dragon King had attained the Tao of Daluo Jingxian. As his good friend, Feng Zichen couldn't go to the Dragon Palace empty-handed. Furthermore, the ancestral dragon had been of great help to him. He had to pay him a visit when he went to the Dragon Palace. It would not be good to go empty-handed. Of course, it was just a chaos origin stone. Although it was not bad, what kind of person was the ancestral dragon? How could this stone enter his eyes? Therefore, Feng Zichen took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and tapped it lightly. Clang! As the bell rang, Hongmeng Daozhong's Hongmeng Qi poured down from his body and swept out in all directions, drowning the entire spirit pool of chaos. It was like a surging purple ocean. Roar! An inexplicable roar sounded, and a terrifying aura filled the air. In the ocean formed by the Hongmeng Qi, huge figures appeared one after another. They were terrifying and mysterious. There were at least 3,000 figures in different shapes and sizes. They exuded the charm of the Great Path and were surrounded by chaotic evil qi. They were like the masters of all things, the source of the Great Path. They were extremely noble. That was the mark of the Chaos Demon God, which was branded on the Hongmeng Daozhong. Now, it was activated by Feng Zichen and manifested. Boom! The moment they appeared, there was a sudden throbbing in heaven and earth. The laws seemed to be afraid. The void was trembling as if it was going to collapse and return to chaos. Condense. Feng Zichen formed a spell and pointed at the Hongmeng Qi. Rumble. The Hongmeng Qi boiled and rushed toward the mark of the Chaos Demon God. Soon, the marks of 10 Chaos Demon Gods became clear and powerful aura filled the air. Among the 10 Chaos Demon Gods, 5 of them were filled with the charm of the Great Path of the 5 Elements. They represented the highest achievement of the Great Path of the 5 Elements and corresponded to the Great Path of the 5 Elements sacred beasts. The other 5 Chaos Demon Gods were in the shape of a dragon, a phoenix, a Kylon, a tiger, and a turtle respectively. They were the true Great Path bodies and corresponded to the 5 Elements sacred beasts. Refine. He waved his sleeve and 5 Chaos Vitality stones flew up. The shadows of the 10 Chaos Demon Gods were wrapped in the Qi of Hongmeng and branded on the Chaos Vitality stones in pairs. The Chaos Demon Gods were the children of the Great Path. The Great Path they practiced was extremely ancient and was the source of everything. It was completely different from the Great Path of heaven and earth in the untainted world. They were much more powerful. Feng Zichen planned to give the 5 Chaos Vitality Stones that carried the marks of the Chaos Demon Gods to the 5 Element Sacred Beasts. Although the ancestral dragons were extremely powerful, the Chaos Demon Gods were not weak either. They might be even stronger. To them, there were not many things in the untainted world that could move them except for primordial treasures, such as the He Tu, the Luo Shu, the 4 Great Lotus Thrones and so on. But this item was different. The Great Path contained in the Chaos Demon Gods was something they had never come into contact with. It was different from the untainted world and could give them unlimited inspiration and expand their Great Path. Treasures that could expand their Great Path were extremely precious and could enhance their strength. Who would reject them? Moreover, for the ancestral dragons who had reached the peak, every small step forward was extremely difficult. They would not reject this item. After putting away the 5 Chaos Vitality Stones, Feng Zichen called out the Water Demon God's imprint again and used the same method to create another Chaos Vitality Stone with the Water Demon God's imprint. This was a gift for the Water Dragon King. Then, Feng Zichen took out the lotus seed of the White Lotus of Purification and branded the marks of the World Purifier Demon God, the Creation Demon God and the Clear Spirit Demon God on the lotus seed. Phew! It's finally done. Feng Zichen exhaled and said tiredly. After maintaining the mark of the Chaos Demon God for such a long time, even with his strength that was comparable to Daluo Jingxian, he could not help but feel exhausted. After meditating in the Chaos Spirit Pool for several years, Feng Zichen gradually recovered with the help of the Chaos Vitality Qi in it. Let's go. Feng Zichen opened his eyes and rushed from Penglai Island to Immortal Abode Island in a flash. There was a primordial red jujube forest here. He had long wanted to transplant it to Zichen's cave. In the past, Feng Zichen was too weak to transplant the primordial red jujube tree to Zichen's cave as he was afraid that something would happen when he did it and hurt the primordial red jujube tree's origin, which would greatly reduce its efficacy. Now, it was different. Feng Zichen was no longer the same as before. Even if the primordial red jujube tree's origin was hurt, he had a way to repair it and no longer had to worry about it. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and a gust of wind blew, uprooting half of the primordial red jujube tree and keeping it in the chaos bead. After all, the 3 Immortals Island was the holy land of the itinerant immortals in the future, so there should be some treasures to serve as a facade. If all the primordial red jujube trees were taken away, it would be unsightly. Therefore, Feng Zichen left half of them on the island. After doing all this, Feng Zichen turned his gaze to the chaos bead to check the current situation of the primordial red jujube tree. Suddenly, the primordial red jujube tree had a trace of withering color after leaving the land where it had grown for many years. However, Feng Zichen had already dealt with it. Chapter 139. He pointed in the direction of the Tree of World. Below its roots, the colorful lake suddenly surged with huge waves, turning into rainbow-colored light rain that fell on the connate red date tree. The water was formed by pure connate qi. Because it had been in contact with the world tree for a long time, it had a trace of creation qi and contained a lot of vitality. After absorbing the rainbow-colored rain of light, the connate red date tree, which was originally withered, immediately straightened up and emitted a strong vitality. This world tree is still useful after all. Looking at the vigorous connate red date tree, Feng Zichen nodded happily, expressing his approval of the world tree. Let's go. With the gifts prepared, Feng Zichen had no need to stay here. He immediately took out the Hongmeng Daozhong, turned it into the connate yin and yang qi, and left the 3 Immortal Island. East Sea Dragon Palace, Water Dragon Palace. When Feng Zichen arrived, the Water Dragon King, no, the Water Dragon Sovereign, had been waiting for him for a long time. Now, both of them were great existences at the level of Daluo and were particularly sensitive to the qi between heaven and earth. As early as when Feng Zichen planned to come to the East Sea, the Water Dragon Sovereign sensed it and waited here in advance. Congratulations, Dragon Sovereign. With a leap, Feng Zichen came in front of the Water Dragon Sovereign and congratulated him with a smile. The water dragon sovereign cupped his hands and said solemnly, "You're too polite. I can achieve what I have today thanks to you and the human race. If the human race is in trouble in the future, I will not shirk my duty." That day, he was infected by Feng Zichen's fearless aura and realized his own shortcomings. He also felt the spirit of self-improvement from the human race, which led to his own sublimation. He completely understood the Tao of Daluo and proved the Tao of Daluo Jingxian. Because of this, the water dragon sovereign and the human race formed a great karma. If he wanted to take a step forward in the future, he had to understand this karma. Therefore, after seeing Feng Zichen, he made such a promise. "Dragon Master, you don't need to do this. When the great calamity of the humankind breaks out in the future, I will be satisfied as long as Dragon Master can protect the Seven Lights province and leave some seeds for the humankind." Pondering for a while, Feng Zichen said, "Given the strength of the demon clan, if they were really determined to destroy the human clan, even the sages might not be able to do anything. One more Daluo Jingxian was just one more cannon fodder. It would not change anything. It would be better to let him protect the humans of the Seven Planets state and reduce their losses, leaving a glimmer of hope for the humans in the future. Don't worry, fellow cultivator. As long as I'm still here, I won't let the Seven Lights province suffer the slightest bit of damage," Water Dragon King hurriedly guaranteed. Feng Zichen smiled bitterly and advised, "Revered dragon, you're being too serious. If you see that things aren't going well, you should prioritize your own life." Just half of the karma of achieving the Tao was enough to make the water dragon revered dragon pay with his life. That was too much. May I ask what tribulation the human race is facing that gives you a bad premonition, fellow Taoist? The water dragon lord asked in a puzzled manner upon seeing how serious his words were. Feng Zichen's words were as if he was making arrangements for his death. It could be seen that he was not very confident that the humankind would survive the great calamity. However, if everything went according to plan, 2 more great overarching golden immortals would be born in the near future. At that time, including him and Feng Zichen, the humankind would have a total of 5 Daluo Jingxian. What kind of great calamity could cause 5 Daluo Jingxian to die at the same time? In the water dragon revered dragon's memory, the most recent collective death of the Daluo Jingxian was when the Eastern Emperor Tai destroyed the Purple Mansion state. Apart from that, it had been a long time since a Daluo Jingxian died in the primordial world. I don't know either, but every time I think about the future of the humankind, I feel that the future is dark and full of death, making me have ominous thoughts. Feng Zichen shook his head, indicating that he was not sure either. Now, the conflict between the Magi and the demon race had not intensified, and the humankind had not stepped onto the stage of the primordial world. The demons naturally did not take the humankind seriously, let alone discover the uniqueness of the humankind. How could he say that the calamity of the humankind came from the demons? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble? Moreover, I once communicated with the Grand Pure One. His words seemed to have revealed that the humankind would face a great calamity in the future. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen continued to add. He was not talking nonsense. In order to take him in as a disciple, the Grand Pure One had once indicated that he would protect him in the calamity of the humankind. If the humankind was fine, why would he say that? Wasn't this indirectly indicating that the humankind would face a great calamity in the future? Hiss, according to what you said, the calamity of the humankind is definitely not trivial. However, fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too worried. The humankind still has Goddess Nuwa behind it. Fellow Taoist, I think the goddess should have already expected something that you can sense. She must have made arrangements. The humankind should be safe this time. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Hearing his words, the water dragon revered dragon was so shocked that he gasped. However, in the blink of an eye, he thought of the backing of the humankind and could not help but relax. I hope so. Unlike the water dragon revered dragon's optimism, Feng Zichen did not have any hope that Nuwa would help. The calamity of the humankind was related to the battle between the Magi and the demons. There was a saint behind it. Even if Nuwa wanted to help, her saint might not allow it. The outcome of being outnumbered was imaginable. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. After all, Goddess Nuwa is the holy mother of the humankind. There's no reason for her to not help when the humankind is in trouble. Seeing that Feng Zichen was still worried, the water dragon revered dragon thought that he was worried that Nuwa would not help, so he comforted him. Alright, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let's not talk about these disappointing things. The dragon revered dragon has proven his Dao and Daluo Jinxian. We still have to celebrate. This is a little something from me. Please accept it. With that said, Feng Zichen took out the chaos stone that contained the mark of the water demon god and handed it to the water dragon revered dragon. What a pure great Dao of water. This aura. It's the chaos demon god. Looking at the chaos stone in Feng Zichen's hand and sensing the vast great Dao of water, the water dragon revered dragon exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, this is the mark of the water demon god. I got it from Pangu in the past. Feng Zichen nodded and explained. As for the origin of the mark of the chaos demon god, Feng Zichen had already thought of an excuse. Anyway, many people in the Eldritch world already knew that he had obtained Pangu's inheritance. Thus, he simply pushed everything to Pangu's inheritance. After all, Pangu was so strong. No matter how ridiculous the matter was, as long as it was tied to him, it would be explainable. Moreover, Feng Zichen had obtained the mark of the demon god in Mount Buzhou. Thus, it could barely be considered a lie to be related to Pangu. Fellow Taoist, your encounters are really getting more and more enviable. The water dragon revered dragon looked at him enviously and said emotionally. Chapter 140. He could not remember how many times he had said envious words to Feng Zichen. It seemed that every time they met, Feng Zichen would bring him a new shock, making him envious. That was Pangu's inheritance. Apart from being the top inheritance of the primordial world, it also represented the most orthodox identity of the primordial world. Obtaining Pangu's inheritance was equivalent to obtaining Pangu's approval and enjoying his legacy. What an amazing opportunity. However, although this item was precious, it was not a connate spirit treasure and was unique in the world. Thinking about it, since Feng Zichen could give this item away, he must have a backup. Therefore, the water dragon accepted it and did not refuse. Since it's a gift from you, I'll accept it shamelessly. I have to thank you, fellow Taoist. This item is very important to me. After accepting the Chaos Origin Stone, the revered water dragon thanked him. Revered dragon, you're being too courteous. If you really want to thank me, then help me take care of the 7 Luminaries Prefecture. I'll be very grateful. Thinking of the 7 Luminaries Prefecture, Feng Zichen couldn't help but plan for it. The 7 Planets Prefecture was located in the East Sea and was adjacent to the Water Clan. As a race that came from the land, the humans would inevitably be ostracized by the Water Clan. If a Daluo Jinxian of the Dragon Clan appeared to take care of the humans, the Water Clan would not dare to make things difficult for the humans no matter how arrogant they were. What are you talking about, fellow Taoist? The Dragon Clan and the humans are allies. Even without this item, we will still protect the 7 Planets Prefecture. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon once ordered that the humans will be treated the same as the Water Clan in the East Sea. There will be no difference. Feng Zichen repeatedly mentioned the 7 Planets Prefecture. The Water Dragon Sovereign thought that he was worried that the people of the 7 Planets Prefecture would be wronged in the East Sea, so he hurriedly guaranteed. It's good if that's the case. Feng Zichen only smiled and did not say anything. If Yu had not returned to the human clan to complain, he would not have known that the human clan's situation in the East Sea was so difficult. Feng Zichen had always thought that with the Ancestral Dragon's orders, the people of the 7 Planets Prefecture would live peacefully in the East Sea. Unfortunately, he was wrong. With the Ancestor Dragon's order, although the waterkind people were pushing out the humankind, they didn't dare to go too far. But it was different for the Dragon Clan was different. The dragon whelps came to the 7 Lights continent for fun or out of curiosity. They didn't need to do anything, and a storm would come, causing everyone to suffer. Was not only that, their actions had caused trouble for the humans. The human clan was too weak. In the end, the human race was still too weak. They could only rely on the name of the dragon race to stand above the East Sea. Living under someone else's roof and relying on someone else's breath, how could the human experts attack these young dragons? They could only endure it. Of course, Feng Zichen believed that the water dragon's sovereign might not know about this. After all, he was a high-ranking member of the dragon clan. Why would he pay attention to the small 7 planets prefecture? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not relax after hearing his words and instead revealed an inexplicable expression, how could the water dragon revered dragon not understand that there was a problem in the 7 luminaries province and that someone had come to complain? Fellow Daoist, is there something wrong with the 7 planets prefecture? Fellow Daoist, please tell us. No matter who dares to cause trouble, we will not tolerate it, the water dragon's sovereign said immediately, afraid of hurting the harmony between the 2 clans. It's just a small matter. Dragon sovereign, you don't have to worry too much about it. Just keep an eye on it when you have nothing to do. I still have something to see His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon, so I'll take my leave first. With that, Feng Zichen bowed and flew toward the Ancestral Dragon Shrine. Sigh, fellow Daoist. The water dragon sovereign wanted to say something, but seeing that Feng Zichen had left without looking back, he could only sigh helplessly and swallow his words. After waiting quietly for a moment, the water dragon sovereign released his divine sense and looked toward the 7 planets prefecture. Since he had said so, it was obvious that there was a problem with the 7 planets prefecture. If he did not go and take a look, it would hurt their relationship. Near the 7 planets prefecture, a few young dragons were surrounding dozens of fishing boats and swimming around. From time to time, they would spit out violent winds and rain, blowing the fishing boats around. Seeing that everyone on the boat was in a mess, these young dragons seemed to be very satisfied with what they had done. They all looked excited and did not care about the life and death of the people on the boat. Bastards! Who gave you the guts to cause trouble here? At this moment, the water dragon sovereign's divine sense happened to sweep over and saw this scene. He could not help but be furious. He immediately roared and stretched out a dragon claw to grab the young dragons below. No wonder Feng Zichen could not say it directly. This matter involved his own juniors, so it was not appropriate to say anything. Instead, it was better to let him come over personally and make a decision on how to deal with it. Ah, yes, Supreme One. Supreme One, please calm down. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. The dragon whelps were stunned for a moment when they were suddenly pulled out from the sea. Then, they sensed the vast and boundless divine power and immediately recalled the ancestral dragon's order. They all revealed a fearful expression and apologized to the sky. You're right. Wrong? Why didn't I see it? However, to cause trouble and stir up trouble, I see that you are quite capable. What's the point of bullying the human race here? It just so happens that I recently received news that a new batch of ferocious beast cubs have been born in the abyss. Why don't you go and compete with them and see if the dragon power of my dragon clan is stronger or if the ferocious beast is stronger? The water dragon sovereign was really angry. Amidst the terrified cries of the young dragons, he directly threw them into the deep sea abyss. There were many experts of the dragon clan guarding the abyss. They would not be in any danger if they went, but they would inevitably lose a layer of skin and suffer a lot. With another wave of his hand, the water dragon sovereign righted the boat and saved the humans who fell into the water. The water dragon sovereign coldly glanced at the nearby sea area before withdrawing his divine consciousness and leaving. After the water dragon sovereign was far away, the experts of the sea tribe around the 7 planets province finally relaxed and heaved a long sigh of relief. The appearance of the dragon clan's Daluo Jinxian gave them too much pressure. Recalling the warning look of the water dragon sovereign before he left, many of the experts of the sea tribe could not help but shudder. They looked at the 7 planets province with slight fear, but they dispelled the bad thoughts in their hearts. Some of the sea tribe even planned to build a good relationship with the human race and interact more with the water dragon sovereign. In the East Sea, the dragon clan was the truth, not to mention the dragon clan's Daluo Jinxian. In the distance, Feng Zichen sensed what happened in the Seven Planets province and could not help but smile knowingly. The water dragon sovereign had caused such a big commotion. It was obviously for him to see. Although it was suspected of putting on a show, he had achieved his goal and there was no need to investigate further. The dragon clan could even punish their own disciples for the sake of the human race, let alone the people of the sea tribe. After this incident, the status of the human race in the East Sea would soar and it would save them a lot of trouble. Chapter 141. Greetings, Your Majesty, from the Zichen clan. Feng Zichen said to the statue as he walked into the divine palace. Zichen clan, even if you didn't come to me, I would have sent someone to ask you to come here. The ancestral dragon's divine thought descended from the statue. Suddenly, the innate Imu Chi filled the divine palace and filled it with vitality. A majestic emperor's chi spread out and shocked everyone. What can I do for you, Your Majesty? Feng Zichen asked with some doubts. It must be something important for the ancestral dragon to look for him on his own initiative. Zichen clan, I'll ask you again. Are you willing to join the dragon tribe? After a moment of silence, the ancestral dragon didn't answer his question. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zichen hasn't changed his mind. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty. Feng Zichen refused without hesitation. Do you know that you'll definitely die in the future tribulation of the human tribe? No one can save you. Are you still unwilling to join the dragon tribe? The ancestral dragon lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. At the ancestral dragon's realm, he could already see the future vaguely. Coupled with the tribulation that Feng Zichen mentioned not long ago, he naturally realized the tribulation that the human tribe would face in the future. Even though he couldn't see who was behind the tribulation, there were only a few forces in the untainted land that didn't fear the saints. He could guess who it was. However, there was one thing that puzzled the ancestral dragon. The Wu tribe, the demon tribe, and the human tribe were all in the tribulation. Their perception was blinded by the way of heaven, so they couldn't sense any information about the tribulation. But how did Feng Zichen find out? Even the ancestral dragon himself only found a clue about the tribulation of the human tribe in the future because of Feng Zichen's hint. But that was puzzling. However, the ancestral dragon didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets. There was no need to dig into them as long as they didn't threaten others. Zichen is not talented, but as the leader of the humankind, I am willing to live and die with the humankind. Knowing that he wouldn't die, Feng Zichen said confidently. Sigh. What a pity. He sighed as if he was feeling sorry for Feng Zichen. A green light flew out of ancestral Gragon's body and entered his body. I'll give you this innate wood elemental essence to help you cultivate the 5 energies in your chest. Boom. As soon as the azure light entered his body, Feng Zichen's body emitted a dazzling azure light. Dense innate wood chi burst out and surged in all directions. At his liver area, a wisp of green chi appeared. It was extremely condensed and occasionally transformed into a green dragon. It was very lifelike, as if it was real. This was the innate wood elemental chi. At this point, the wood elemental chi in his chest had been completely perfected. Zichen will never forget Your Majesty's kindness. Feng Zichen thanked the ancestral dragon emotionally after calming down the restlessness in his body. Refining this innate wood elemental essence had saved him another 100,000 years of cultivation. He was one step closer to the Daluo Jinxian. I see that you have reached the level of the Daluo Jinxian. It's just that the essence is too shallow to support your breakthrough. This innate wood elemental essence can increase your Dharma power by 100,000 years and greatly shorten the time you need to break through to the Daluo Jinxian. The ancestral dragon nodded slightly and said, In Your Majesty's opinion, How many thousands of years of accumulation would it take for me to break through to the Daluo Jingxian? Feng Zichen asked the ancestral dragon. Over the years, Feng Zichen felt that his body was like a big black hole. No matter how much innate essence he poured into it, it couldn't be filled up. He couldn't see any hope of breaking through to the Daluo Jingxian. Even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Now that the ancestral dragon was in front of him, he should be able to see the problem with his strength. You've only accumulated for 300,000 years. If you want to break through to the Daluo Jingxian, you'll need at least 1,000,000 years of accumulation. It's still early for you to break through, the ancestral dragon said with a smile after staring at Feng Zichen for a while. 700,000 years? So long. Hearing the ancestral dragon's words, Feng Zichen was shocked. Normally, 700,000 years wouldn't be too long. But now, time didn't wait for him. He didn't have 700,000 years to accumulate essence. Your Majesty, can you teach me how to quickly accumulate essence? Judging from the current situation, the human tribe can't wait for 700,000 years. Feng Zichen asked the ancestral dragon anxiously. Having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. In the untainted land, this was not just a saying. They were extremely powerful and had lived long enough. Naturally, they knew some secrets that the later generations didn't know. In this aspect, Feng Zichen was lacking. Although he seemed to know everything, in fact, he didn't even know a lot of common sense. That's true. The ancestral dragon nodded and said, you were born less than 100,000 years ago, but you've accumulated for 200,000 years. It can be seen that you've refined a lot of innate essence. Although this method is good, it's a bit of putting the cart before the horse. In the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, apart from comprehending the Great Tao, the most important thing is to cultivate the 5 qis in the chest. Only when the 5 qis are perfected and reach the realm of 5 qis collecting in mind can one be promoted to the Daluo Jingxian. Like you, no matter how much innate essence you've refined, the 5 qis in the chest can't be perfected. How can you break through to the Daluo Jingxian? The ancestral dragon's words hit the nail on the head and pointed out Feng Zichen's shortcomings. It was obvious that he had put the cart before the horse. If this continued, it would be impossible for him to become a Daluo. 5 qis collecting in mind? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen bowed to the ancestral dragon and thanked him. Thank you for your explanation, Your Majesty. Zichen understands. Having found a direction to move forward, Feng Zichen was undoubtedly relieved. He started by relying on the innate 5 elements qi. It was not difficult for him to reach the realm of 5 qis collecting in mind. In the future, he could look for the innate essence while cultivating the 5 qis in the chest. Zichen clan, after Shue's coming of age ceremony, if you have nothing to do, you can go to the 4 clans to visit the vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, and qilin. In this way, you can ask for a group of innate 5 elements origin from each of them. In this way, not only can you reach the realm of 5 qis collecting in mind in advance, but it can also save you 400,000 years of hard work and speed up your steps to become a Daluo Jingxian. After a while, the ancestral dragon seemed to have thought of something and said to Feng Zichen. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zichen understands. Feng Zichen nodded and thanked him. By the way, Your Majesty, this is the mark of the Chaos Demon God that I obtained from the inheritance of the great Taoist priests. It may be useful to you. After talking for so long, Feng Zichen finally remembered the purpose of coming here. He took out the Chaos Stone and handed it over. As for the great Taoist priests, it referred to Pangu. According to the records of heaven and earth, Pangu was only in the realm of Daluo Jingxian. Of course, the people of the untainted land did not believe it. Which Daluo Jingxian could open up a world like the untainted land? No. Not to mention the Daluo Jingxian, even the sages could not do it. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.